time. I'm the main attraction. Game time. Game time. Game time.
They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way up, way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got this whole view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, yeah. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to boss, I had to renovate, I know. They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't dim it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. come in, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in. Never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud. Ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the toot to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we come in, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's up, then that's up. Nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the toot to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we come in, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag.
It's hard to resist the thing that I missed for so long. Can't remember what it's like, just remember I need it. Even if I'm on the train I thought I'm on wasn't the right one. Gotta trust the God, yeah, no matter what happens. And I feel like I'm falling deeper. Got me falling for you, got me falling for you. Falling deeper. You got me falling for you, got me falling for you. Falling for you. And I feel like I'm falling deeper. Falling deeper. Falling deeper. Got me falling for you, got me falling for you. Falling deeper. You got me falling for you, got me falling for you. Falling for you.
Game time. I'm the main attraction. Game time. Game time. Game time.
It's going down, 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 down. It's going down, down, down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going down.
very excited to play the tournament.
Being here, it feels amazing actually.
This is the biggest esports event in the world.
Macwood gone down to the zone, getting close and comfortable. Knight now, Bob down, it's the duo.
We are here in the land of heroes. 4 days of exciting competition, 24 matches including... players have traveled from near and far to compete in the King's share of $2 million. And today's qualifiers locks in our main event competitors. Don't go anywhere. We're on the battle bus for a wild ride. The action starts now. Adam and the crew, take it away.
Hello there, and welcome into Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. It is great to have you here. We are live from Riyadh in the heart of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. My name is Adam Savage, delighted to be your desk host, and we are in for a ride. Our pre-show is brought to you by Savvy Games. Now, it is scorching outside, but it is sizzling here in the studio as well. 3 days of competition coming your way. We have ourselves an almighty 18 games, at the end of which $2 million worth of prize will be distributed amongst our players. But who will be on top? Today is a bonus day. We have 6 games, our Middle Eastern qualifiers. There are 44 duos battling it out for the last 5 spots before go all the way. We're going to talk all about it right here, right now. I'm joined by the almighty Toe Carter and Kelly Link here on the show. Guys, let's talk first and foremost. Big Kev, Riyadh. Here we are in this fabulous place here. How's your experience been so far? What's the scoop? Tell us all about it.
Look, it's been amazing. It's great to be back. The food, it's amazing. The scenery, it's great. Seeing all the players here together, excited. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
I've been having so much fun watching all the players, eating all the delicious food here, but I love the fact that you say scoop, because I know we're going to be seeing some ice cream scoops today in the competition.
That is, we'll get on to that. That's definitely going to happen. Glad you brought up food in general. Lots of buffets. Lots of buffets eliminated over the course of the last few days. We're going to bring you the scoop on exactly what's going on here. And let's start exactly with a tournament format that is coming away across Gamers8 here. We have ourselves 3 days of competition. Toe Carter, tell us all about it.
Right, so the players today are competing to qualify for this format, which is seen on the screen now. It's a zero-build tournament. It's a first of its kind, as it's 3 days, 18 total matches. But not only that, it has the largest prize pool in Fortnite zero-build history at $2 million.
And so many players here have been fighting to get to these spots. 35 qualifiers, 30 of those have been through the DreamHack series, whether that was San Diego, Summer, or Dallas. And then, of course, the 5 that are going to be joining them today through the Middle Eastern qualifier. But we also had 9 teams that have been invited, such as reigning champs that we've seen from the previous Gamers8.
I'm really excited for this because there are so many players we've seen already here in the competition. The idea of having Middle Eastern qualifiers as well, we're going to get another 5 joining them. This is fantastic. Exactly what's coming your way, though, we have ourselves our schedule, which is right around the corner. This is what's going to happen today. These are the timings of our matches. There are 6 up for grabs, Kevin.
Yeah, 6 matches to be played out, all zero-build competition. But what I'm excited to see here, Kelly, is like you said, we have reigning champs competing in the 3-day finals. We also have a lot of EU veterans that flew out just to compete in today's qualifiers. There's only 5 spots to go on to tomorrow's matches, so we'll have to see who's going to be able to take it.
And as you guys can see with the schedule, it's going to be pretty quickly. We're going to be cycling through these games rather quickly, but after game number 3, we're going to have a bit of a midday break. We're going to have an opportunity for our players to grab some snacks, use the bathroom, whatever is needed for these players, and then we're going to hop back in for 3 more games.
I know, 3 more. We've got so much coming your way. I mean, we're talking about prize pools as well here. Just to reiterate, $2 million. This is enormous. And this is exactly how the prizes are going to be distributed in a few days' time here. Whatever happens, you win big money.
It's insane. $500,000 for first place. You could sit in a bush all day, get 0 elimination, 0 placement, 44th spot, and still take home $10,000.
Is there still a chance for us to enter the competition right now? Because $10,000 for getting last, that's pretty awesome.
That would be amazing. I don't think anyone's going to be camping in bushes here in this competition.
No.
I can't imagine that's going to happen, but $500,000 here. That's so fabulous. I'm so glad we get to be here for the kickstart of Gamers8 as well. There's so many brilliant things coming our way over the course of the next, I think, 6 or 7 weeks of competition here as well here. Let's take a look as well at what's coming. You know, I think this is what's interesting is we've got ourselves prize pools. We've got ourselves our 6 games. We've got this massive competition. How are you feeling about it? What's the energy like in the air? What's the experience been for you thus far?
I mean, it's incredible. This is always a special feeling, seeing all the players be together, practice together, eat together. You can see rivalries, new teammates that have been formed, but going through the qualifiers now is that much more exciting because, you know, a lot of the duos that have already qualified to the main event, you know, they have their drop spot, they're feeling good, but after today, they might be feeling a little bit more stressed. You might see new duos contesting each other. A lot could happen.
A lot of those duos duos are also going to be watching the Middle Eastern qualifiers because with Fortnite, there's always some changes that come in last minute, like the aforementioned cones that we were talking about. So we know that a lot of those duos are going to be paying attention to the teams that are competing today, seeing how they're going to be utilizing the new changes in the game.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see exactly what happens because at the moment, a lot of uncontested teams, so things kind of feel relaxed, feel nice. They're just practicing, but as of tomorrow, things are going to get kind of crazy. We actually have an opening ceremony as well, so we talked about this being the kind of the opening of Gamers8. It's coming very soon here. We have ourselves a clock on screen, counting down to when that opening ceremony happens. You can kind of keep time checks on that as well,
right
exactly when it's going to be happening here. I'm all for this because I think as well, players, being in the same kind of vicinity as them as well, you kind of see those kind of miniature rivalries. We've been watching the last few days as well in the host. We've got ping pong tables, air hockey, all kinds of stuff too. And you can already feel there's kind of a bit of tension between these players after this as well.
Other competitions, I thought this was a Fortnite competition, but we got the ping pong ones go crazy in the hotel, right? I know Pink was dominating half the players. It was looking crazy.
Thomas HD has also been destroying some players in ping pong as well as the DreamHack competitions, coming out in first place in both Summer and Dallas. So to see them, also just the camaraderie. I think we saw some pictures with Mr. Savage and Clicks, who had the best blonde hair. Just loving how much fun these players are having.
There's a lot of competitions here.
I should have done my hair too to complete the set. Really. I should have done that. We have a real squad in our hands here. Of course, you can follow the entire competition as well online on socials. Make sure to do that. Make sure to share your kind of experiences here. So I'm sure loads of our players will be as well doing exactly the same thing here because we've been loving every single second of this out here in the desert. It's just amazing. I mean, this kind of I guess facility, this kind of arena and stage. We can't wait for you to see this because we've been blown away from start to finish. The boulevard outside with like these movie theaters, and I mean it's really impressive.
Like I don't want to spoil anything, but I was literally speechless when I saw the arena where the players are going to be competing. I'm not spoiling anything, but it's crazy.
It was already amazing last year in Gamers8 2022, and they've stepped it up even more. And personally, I am a huge fan of AR, and the augmented reality elements that they add to this show just brings it to a whole new other level.
Yeah, I mean this stage as well. Could we just take a moment to take our studio we have here as well? It feels like we're in like some kind of like neon. I don't know where we are right now. like light cycles and stuff. This it really has been such a brilliant thing to see and kind of unfold in front of our very eyes, as well as the rest of the team. You'll meet all of them, but we've got such a great team together here as well to bring you all the action. So we can't wait to get started really here. But when the players make their way to the stage soon, obviously, we had zero builds and traditional kind of builds last year as well. Just zero builds this year. I guess players can focus on that one particular format and really kind of like engage what they think is going to be the best strats for this competition.
Right, so there's a lot of strategies. I want to kind of focus a bit on something that's a little new, and it's the new ice cream cones that have been added into the game. There's a few special ones. There's like a spicy ice cream cone, frozen ice cream cone, guzzling ice cream cone, but I want to focus more on the Little Whip Special Serve, a new item that if you consume it, you instantly get 100 HP and 100 shield. So that is definitely going to be a game changer.
I mean, people were already saying how strong the legendary slurp juices was, but think about it. You can only stack 2 of those. These new cones, you can stack 4 of. I'm sure with it being dropped in coolers, and there are so many coolers throughout the map, we're going to be seeing some teams trying to get 2 full stacks of them, 8. And if you get a weapons cache or a vault, you're able to get those legendary slurps as well. And we know with being zero builds, it's going to be a heal off
like a boss fight.
It is. And speaking of all these ice creams and coolers and such, I'm kind of ready for one as well. I think it's time we have ourselves a little break here, get a refresh. When we come back, we'll break down the rest of the competition, and we are really rapidly making our way towards game number 1. Do not go anywhere. Join us back here for more Gamers8 featuring Fortnite in just a few moments' time. Welcome back to Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. We saw during the break there, Kelly, you beamed into the desert for a second there. It was
I
fabulous to
drifted
see.
over there real quick. You know, we have a lot of just natural mobility here in the stage. So just went over to the desert for a little bit and came back.
So far, she's rapid.
It's
very
insane.
quick.
Looked like you shockwave out of there too. I mean, it was looking crazy.
Well, I mean, speaking of speed, we should talk about how that's going to unfold on the map as well here. You know, rotations are incredibly important first and foremost. How are our players going to do this best? Obviously, 6 games today in Middle Eastern qualifiers. What's your vibes on exactly how they're going to incorporate that into their game?
Right, so it is 0 build, so it's a bit different than the meta from the standard Battle Royale mode, but we talked a bit about the Little Whip special serve that will allow you to get a lot of heals, and I think that's going to be used as a lot of the rotations happen within vehicles, so players will be using vehicles to rotate to high elevated positions where they can excel at taking shots at opponents, but also they do this by staying in zone kind of a little bit more time than you're normally used to, so hopefully having enough heals to be able to do that.
Yeah, a big conversation about the newest season is that there is a lack of mobility. Obviously, vehicles is going to be highly prioritized, whether that's at the racetrack or throughout other landmarks that the map offers them. But also, you do have some natural mobility throughout the map. We know places around like Brutal Bastion, or there's other places that have launch pads. Also, a lot of players are going to be using the mudslide mechanic to be able to traverse the jungle. So there are opportunities for players, but like Takata was saying, vehicles definitely going to be a prioritization for these players.
I mean, with this being 0 builds as well, I mean, utilizing vehicles in the storm as well. Players might remain longer in the storm. Obviously, you know, the standings, placements take a lot of points into account here. Do you think a lot of players will remain in the storm longer to kind of ensure themselves they can heal up and ensure they can get to the later stages in the game?
Yeah, I mean, comparing to standard Battle Royale, 100% the players are going to be longer in Storm for 0 build. But not only that, you know, you also have your porter bunkers that you're going to be using to cover yourself, and the shockwave impulses to rotate along the map. But it's all about getting to the position you want to get to before your opponents get there, but also doing so without consuming a lot of, I mean, shields or those Little Whip special serves, anything that you can kind of preserve for the late game.
Yeah, usually the vehicles don't end up in our final zones. Most of the time they're destroyed, and rightfully so. And a lot of these players are going to be holding on to those porta bunkers or the heals, but of course they're going to use them if they need to in the mid game while they make those rotations. So I'm guessing we're going to try and see a lot of dead side rotations from these teams so that they can save up those loadouts. But what I'm curious about, and to kind of want to know your opinion, with so many items being necessary in these loadouts, whether that's the slurp juices, the porta bunkers, the shockwave grenades, what weapons are we going to be seeing in these loadouts?
Ooh, weapons is a complicated one. You're definitely not going to be holding 3 weapons in this 0 build mode. You know, you're not going to have an AR, a shotgun, and an SMG because you kind of want to focus on these items that give you either those boosts in HP, boost in mobility, or just cover for that 0 build format. So we'll be seeing mainly items that are used at mid to long range, but also there's the Cybertron cannon, right? If you get 2 Cybertron cannons in a high elevated position as a duo, you can shoot both at the same time and destroy a bunker with 2 of those shots. So they are incredibly dangerous if you can get your hands on them.
Yeah, they really are. I was chatting to some players actually this morning about kind of like different strats and kind of what they were going to incorporate into each of their games as well. I think one of the things that augments have changed obviously recently as well. I think the Wild Wasp weaponry is one of them. It's quite a mouthful, that Wild Wasp weaponry. I got there, it's fine. But I think with porta bunkers as well, if you've got players who are kind of camping out, inside these bunkers, it's a great way to kind of hurl the wasps into those bunkers, draw them out, and then kind of get those tags what you need, especially to survive the likes of Storm Surge.
Yeah, I believe Blake was talking about that strategy. I mean, they're very useful. Not only will they damage their opponents per second, they'll follow them, but also damage the structures that they're around. So it can be very useful.
Another item that's going to be kind of played the same way is the flare gun. Not only does it allow you to know where your opponents are, but it also applies a burning damage to those porta bunkers. So again, another item slot locked in the loadout.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much added to the map. Obviously, we talked about jungle biomes. It's one of the new new updates in this latest chapter. Mud as well in the map. You can slip and slide here and there. You can mask yourself as well in your kind of location. Do you think that's kind of a factor players take into consideration?
It's definitely a factor, but I don't think it's going to be as prioritized as some of the other metas you can use in the game. I mean, the jungle biome has some locations that have quite a lot of coolers, so now that you can get that Little Whip special serve from the coolers, I'm sure a lot of players are going to be focusing on that to try and get as many as possible. You said it yourself, Kel, you can stack up to 4 of them, each one instantly healing 100 HP and shield. So I'm curious to see how these players at the highest level of Fortnite competitive kind of incorporate that into their play style.
And also the teams that don't have those coolers, like the northwestern region of the map near Brutal Bastion, pretty much has no coolers on the map, maybe just a few there. So it's going to be interesting if they're going to be kind of prioritizing instead going for those vaults to get the slurp juices or Medbis.
Something.
I just love the fact that just before this competition, there was a new change. Obviously, players are starting to think about things differently now with the likes of ice cream cones. It'd be great to see unfold very, very soon here. But we're actually here on the main stage. You wanted to see it, you're going to see it right now. We have our main man, Barney Banks, in the house, bringing us all the good stuff, courtesy of our players and those fantastic chances to talk to them as well on stage. So let's see exactly where Barney's at right now. Where you at, Barney? What you got for us?
Hey everyone, my name is Banks and I'm the stage host here at Gamers8. Now we're behind the scenes right now, but I just wanted to show you, for any budding presenters, anyone who wants to get involved in the gaming industry, this is kind of a behind the scenes look. This is what I have to do on a daily basis on the walkouts into the stage. So this is my walkout. I come all the way down here and I have to walk up next to the stage here, and this is going to be the podium where the trophy is going to be. I walk over the podium, and all of this is while I have to deliver my first opening speech. So it's a little bit of a pat your tummy and rub your head moment, because it's quite difficult to kind of take in everything. You have to take direction quite well, and you have to be almost good at choreography. And then this is my mark right here. There's a little piece of tape on the floor that I have to keep my eyes on, and when I land on the mark, that's when I deliver the opening speech.
I could just watch Barney all day. Shimmy around the dance floor there, like the fantastic lights and stuff. It's great to see as well. Yeah, this is an opportunity for our players with like a live audience going to be in the house too, to compete. And we've already talked to some parents as well, family members of our players taking part, obviously, in the main competition over the next 3 days. But there is just electricity around the place as well here. How do you think our players are going to fare when they've got a live audience watching them right there as well?
Look, the vibes are good. I mean, in the qualifiers now, we do have some veterans from not only the Middle East region, but also the Europe region. So I'm sure they're, very experienced and are used to playing in front of audiences. But this audience in specific, I mean, this whole stage is specifically extra big, extra powerful. I mean, it's really a once-in-a-lifetime experience for a lot of these competitors. So nerves might come into play, but I think quite a majority of them are used to competing at this level.
Yeah, tournament jitters are always a thing in competitions, but there are those veteran players that you're talking about, and not just veteran players through the FNCS, but veteran players that have specifically played at LANs. And also, I think playing through the DreamHacks for our later competition in the next 3 days is definitely giving them a bit of practice playing in front of a bunch of people. So I think our teams are going to do well.
I think they are. I think they're pretty relishing the opportunity, actually, to qualify for tomorrow, just to compete against some of the best players in the world. You mentioned Thomas HD, the likes of Boogers here. There's tons of them, so it's all coming your way. We have ourselves a Game 1 very, very shortly here at our Middle Eastern qualifiers. Do not go anywhere. Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite continues after this quick break.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Welcome back into Gamers8 featuring Fortnite, where we are very, very close to our first game with the Middle Eastern qualifiers. I can't wait for this. We've been waiting for this for so long now. It's finally almost here. But who is actually taking part in this competition today? Really wondering exactly who these teams are. Let's talk about the teams before we actually see them performing live here. Takata, who kind of really sticks out for you first and foremost? Which kind of teams do you think we should always be keeping tabs on across the course of these 6 games?
Look, there's a lot of big names to talk about, but I want to bring up Cal and NM7. Cal being the Major 2 Middle East champion. However, he did duo with 7-man. Okay. So now he's with a different duo, but we'll have to see if he can take it home.
We've got 6 seconds before we actually get into the opening ceremony, so we're diving straight in right here, right now. Let's do this thing. Over to the stage, over to Buddy.
In the world of esports, life-changing moments rarely present themselves. In any competitive arena, the peak of one's ability can manifest in a single moment or across an entire season of competition.
في عالم الرياضات الإلكترونية نادراً ما تحدث لحظات قد تغير من مجرى حياة اللاعب. في أي منافسة قدرات اللاعب قد تصل إلى قمتها خلال لحظة أو خلال موسم كامل.
This week, we will bear witness to a multitude of these moments. And today, the battle continues for the local region to step into the ring against the best duos from all over the world.
في هذا الأسبوع سنشهد هذه اللحظات بكثرة، واليوم المنافسة تستمر بين اللاعبين المحليين. كل ثنائي منهم يستعد للمنافسة في معركة شرسة ومواجهة أقوى اللاعبين عالمياً.
So, for the viewers, both at home and here in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, welcome to Gamers8 2023, the land of heroes, and welcome to your first title of this 8-week event, Fortnite. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and joining me on the main stage is none other than my amazing co-host. It is, of course, Fancy.
مشاهدينا على البث المباشر أو هنا في الرياض في عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية، أهلا وسهلا بكم في موسم الجيمرز 2023 في أرض الأبطال. ونرحب بكم في أول بطولة من الحدث الرسمي المستمر لمدة 8 أسابيع. معكم فانسي ومعاي في المسرح بارني بانكس لتقديم هذا الحدث.
Today, 44 duos from the Middle East will dive out of the battle bus in an attempt to claim one of the 5 spots up for grabs in the remainder of the competition. $2 million on the line, the eyes of an entire nation watching your every move, and the best duos from all around the world waiting in the wings.
اليوم 44 ثنائي من الشرق الأوسط يستعدون للمعركة والمنافسة على مقعد واحد من أصل 5. $2 مليون على المحك، وأبصار الشرق الأوسط كلها عليهم، وأفضل لاعبين العالم ينتظرون وبترقب. انتصار اليوم يعني بداية الصعود إلى القمة.
So, the scene is set and the players are ready and raring to go. It is time to begin our Middle Eastern qualifier for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite competition. So, I guess there's nothing left to do than to hand it over to our casters who can break everything down before we dive into our first map of the day.
المسرح جاهز، كل التالنتس جاهزين، كل اللاعبين جاهزين على الستيشنز حقتهم، والآن بدأت اللحظة اللي راح نبدأ فيها قصة لاعبين الشرق الأوسط، بالتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله. خلونا على طول نوديكم مع المعلقين لتجهيز المباراة الأولى ونبدأ فيها فوراً.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
sign. I'm a main attraction.
Yeah. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no change.
Hello there and welcome back into Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. We've had game number 1 and what a finish it was there. Our analysis. I had like wild wasp wandering earlier on. Our analysis is brought to you by STC here. We did not expect for a second there to have such a wonderful finale. We actually had ourselves triple and hero. We saw that amazing bunker play earlier on. And to go ahead and get the victory royale as well, just something out of this world.
Look, I thought they were a goner. Like when I don't know if it was triple or hero who went down, but the player that was knocked down was in the open. And I don't know if we'll get a highlight of this, but his teammate shockwaved impulsed over his duo that was knocked on the ground, threw a bunker down, and that saved him, allowed him to pick him back up, and they end up winning the match. Like, are you kidding me?
And then he perfectly shockwaved back into the bunker to bring him back up. And at first I was like watching the map. Obviously it was a bit of a favorable zone pull for them. They're landing Kenjutsu Crossing and it was a southeastern zone pull. But with that play right there, that definitely places them into the top of everyone's mind.
Yeah, utilizing the Cybertron cannon there at the end as well to kind of always force players, draw them out of buildings as well there. I mean, it's a really great strat. Do you think it was a play that they kind of worked on prior to this, or just kind of was it instinctual going into that?
I mean, it comes through experience, I guess. There are some moments where you kind of just have to act. You know, you don't have a lot of time to think. When you're in the air with a shockwave, I mean, there's a few milliseconds until you're going to hit the ground, right? So to do that bunker play, save your duo partner, use all the items as efficiently as possible with the Cybertron cannon to get your spacing, get your eliminations, get that 2 versus 1 in the end. I mean, they just played it by the book after they got that revive.
And they had an incredible loadout, and it definitely seems like the meta of the tournament's already starting to pan out a little bit. A lot of people prioritizing the MK Alphas and the Havoc pump shotguns. I did see some Heisted Breachers there as well, but we do know those recently got a nerf, so they were less prioritized. But of course, the bunkers and the grenades definitely seemed to be something that every player had towards the end. What I didn't notice, though, was the ice cream cones in the end game.
That's true.
That is very true. Very true. Didn't see those too much. At the beginning, yes. At the end, not so much there. But interesting with the rotations. We mentioned vehicles at the beginning of the show as well here. Vehicles definitely playing an important part. A lot of our players remaining in Storm till late as predicted. But using those vehicles, getting around as much as because they absorb that damage as well, don't they?
Yeah, and the zone actually closed on the southeast side of the map, which is at Kenjutsu Crossing, and that's actually where our game winners drop as well in the 3-day main event. Queasy Vino are going to be dropping there as well. I mean, I don't want to make any early predictions, right? But our game winners not only pulled zone, but also if they end up qualifying, something could end up happening.
I can't wait to see these teams, these 5 teams that do make it through, and how they're going to be contesting or changing up their drop spots for tomorrow.
Yeah, you can definitely feel that Queasy and Venom might be waiting at home thinking, oh no, no, not like please
this.
Please no. Obviously, that game number 1, that we saw some of our teams go down relatively early. Didn't expect that to happen. Mustache being one of them.
Yeah, I mean, early game engagements, 0 build engagements can be incredibly risky, especially, like Panda was saying, if you get into that close quarter combat. I mean, you have your bunkers, you have your shockwave grenades to use as mobility, but there's no shield bubbles anymore, so you can only protect yourself so much.
Yeah, we also saw Smicky and Sideline, one of the top teams coming out of the Middle Eastern region, going down a little early. They were able to hold out Brutal Bastion pretty long because there was 3 or 4 teams fighting there very early on in the game, but unfortunately that didn't convert into a good mid and late game.
Yeah, I think that it's important. I think when it comes to zero builds, it is such a different game, isn't it, comparatively to, like, you know, builds where you can utilize kind of walls build up and make sure you kind of block off, and then players are forced to kind of go another way perhaps and rotate differently. But when it's zero builds, you are out on the expanse. If there's not anything to hide or to cover behind as well, it makes it very difficult for our players.
Yeah, but it also has those similarities to the standard Battle Royale mode. Like, now that they've played the one match, a lot of the players will kind of understand when the zone pulls that south, where is more dangerous and less dangerous to rotate from, and hopefully use that to, when doing a vehicle rotate, to maybe go inside more of the edge of the zone, to do more of a dead side rotate with the zone, tank a bit more of Storm, and just kind of find those options that they don't run into as many players when they're trying to make a long rotate.
Yeah, and obviously this is a new map, new players landing in certain areas, so a lot of, you can see in the early part of the game that there was players that actually had the drop map printed out right in front of them, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have their rotations down pat. Over the next 5 games, I'm sure these players are going to understand where those teams are going to be rotating and trying to avoid them.
Indeed. Should we take a quick look at our kind of end game as well? The last few eliminations prior to the Victory Royale here coming in from Triple and from Hero. It was something to behold. I mean, obviously that kind of bunker play gives you such confidence going into this as well here, but managing to kind of see it out as well. What a great start to the competition. You're getting yourself eliminations plus that Victory Royale. Huge points on the board.
Yeah, but also Saddam and his duo here, you could see the elims. They had 9 elims just there, and I believe they finished second.
Yeah,
so.
My goodness, I'm sorry. I said that they went down in the mid and late game, but clearly they did not, so I'd like to apologize for that. Here we do have Triple and Hero, and we can see between the Flapjack, the Megatron Cyber Cannon, and then the Havoc Pump, they had the exact loadout that you want to see towards the end game there.
Yeah, you could see when they were exposed, I mean, utilizing the hills, even though it's a small hill there, utilizing it massively there, and a bunker too. You get yourself in the right position, gives you the greatest chance possible, really. We're hearing news that we could be actually getting an interview as well now. It'll be translated for us. We can hear from our winning duo here. Let's head back to that stage and see exactly what they have for us.
رجعنا لكم من جديد اعزائي المشاهدين في المسرح بعد ما خلصنا الماب الاول. كان جدا جنوني ومره انتنس، وبالاخير قدروا هيرو وفهد ياخذون الماب الاول لصالحهم. 76 نقطه راحت لصالحهم بشكل مره جميل. اول سؤال راح نسالهم، اول شيء نبدا معك هيرو، الف مبروك الفوز الماب الاول. وش كان الشعور وقت ما كان الماب الاخير مره زحمه، او الدائره الاخيره كانت مره زحمه؟
صراحه قد لعبنا براكتس كثير بالايام هذه، وندري ان بالنهايه بتكون في زحمه، فقعدنا بمكاننا استنينا خليناهم الناس يخلصون الموبيليتيز حقتهم والابيليتيز، ورحنا باخر شيء وفزنا الجيم، والحمد لله هذا اللي كنا نبغاه اصلا من اول، والحمد لله اني صار.
So I asked Hero about what happened in the last circle because things were very intense at that time. All they said was, we knew that it's going to be intense and we were preparing for that moment and saving all of our stuff and materials until the last second so we can take the win. فهد، ودي أسألك السؤال الثاني. يعني صراحة قابلناك في بداية البث المباشر قلت إنه ترقبوا، اصبروا شو بتشوفون وش اللي بنسويه. فعلا سويتوها. فوش شعورك الآن في دخولك في الماب الثاني؟
طبعا والله شعوري شعور جميل، وباذن الله ما يعني مو جيم واحد وخلاص، باذن الله باقي 5 ولسه ما باقي كثير يعني، والله يوفقنا.
So I interviewed Fahad at the start of the stream and I asked him, are you guys confident about coming into this tournament? And all he said was, we're prepared and you're going to see what we're going to do. And they actually did it. They actually did get the first win. So he's like, we're still not done and we're going to keep going until the next map and the one after. So Hero وفهد، الله يعطيكم الف عافيه، ما قصرتوا. ودي بس اقول لكم بالتوفيق ان شاء الله، شدوا حيلكم وخلونا نشوف شو ممكن يسوونه. Thank you so much everyone for joining us on this interview, and let's go back to the studio to talk more about what happened in the game.
I love the thumbs up and the salute there at the end. I love that. Fantastic. Great to hear from our players as well. They're obviously talking a lot about kind of inventory management, particularly different phases of the game, not wanting to kind of give away too much too soon. And they seem very confident. I think very happy to be here as well at Gamers8. But I think utilizing what you have in your inventory and sharing things together as a team is really important in a 6-game format like this.
Yeah, especially in zero build, conserving those porta bunkers, those shockwave grenades for those last moments is crucial to getting the VR. But also love the confidence from this duo saying, you know, we're going to take game 1, but we're not even done yet.
No, but I love sharing the loadouts there, because typically in a duos competition, you have the IGL and you have the fragger. So typically, obviously, the IGL going to be leading the duo, but also going to be holding on to more of those utility items, such as the bunker and the heals. And they did that incredibly well.
They really did. I mean, game 2 is imminent as well now. I guess you have to kind of restart, right? Reset. I mean, Takata, you've competed quite a lot in competitions. How would you go into a game 2 and manage it in a situation like this?
Look, it depends how you finished. If you're coming off a win, you're going to be feeling good, right? You're going to be feeling hype. You know, let's just try and do the same thing. But like I was mentioning earlier, if it didn't go too well, this is a very south zone. So a lot of duos that ended up getting eliminated early was probably because they had to make a long rotate. Now, figuring out the correct path on where your opponents are kind of rotating from is crucial to making sure that doesn't happen again. But also remember, the zone can go anywhere, so you have to have that prep done.
Yeah, that's true. This was a very advantageous position for our winning team of Triple FHD and Twist Hero, where not only was it a southeastern zone pole, but also the bus path was very southern as well. We did see the team of Satan's duo do a good job coming from Brutal Bastion and making their way all the way down to them. So clearly rotations aren't too much of an issue for all of our duos, but RNG is a big part of Fortnite. How these teams are going to be able to handle that is really what's going to make and break our top players.
I'm interested to see in game 2 as well, whether those ice cream cones do come into effect, where the players can bring them all the way to things. I want to see exactly what it feels as well. There's instantaneous heals as well. Must make such a difference in the kind of an end game situation.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself, though. We didn't see a lot of them in the late game, so being able to conserve those items, especially for the late game, is going to be crucial. And I'm curious to see if, as the matches go on, maybe these duos start conserving those little whip special serves, those legendary slurp juices for those final moments.
Yeah, it seemed like Smicky, who was able to grab one of the cones early on, prioritized using that in the early game engagements. Obviously, we saw them with a ton of eliminations, so they were probably taking a ton of damage, whereas the slurp juices seem to be prioritized for those rotations when you are taking a lot of storm damage, and it's something that you don't have to worry about. And I think that's kind of the meta to follow there.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens next here. We knew this was going to be an interesting one with 6 games, Middle Eastern qualifiers. We kind of we thought teams may drop on the map now, but obviously players now have the opportunity to see who's around them and if they're going to be contested going into game number 2. That is coming away very, very soon. We are going to take ourselves a short break here on Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Here's some highlights for you in the meantime, and we'll see you right after this.
Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Hey Adam, thanks very much for sending it over to the main stage. The energy, it is palpable. The main stage is popping off right now. We're only one map in. And you know, I see a lot of the players, they're kind of walking backstage. All of them are looking nice and relaxed. There's actually quite a lot of camaraderie going on right here. It might be just in this region in particular or amongst the players here. They feel relaxed, they feel happy. Everyone's kind of walking past each other, congratulating them for their performance in that first map. I talked to Bloomy obviously earlier, and he seemed pretty confident going into this. I think he placed 6th in that last map. He seemed like pretty comfortable as well. Doesn't seem to be too phased, and I feel like the atmosphere here is just starting to build. I think as we approach that 6th map later today, I feel like the tension might start to turn, and I feel like people might start, you know, getting a bit more aggressive in game, because let's face it, you've only got 6 maps to turn out your best score to qualify for tomorrow, and there's only 5 spots up for grabs. So that's it for me right here at the main stage. Really excited to see what comes into map 2. So I'm going to send it over to Casters to bring us into our second map of the day.
نشوف يمكن لاعب قبل شوي هل يقدرون يعوضون نفس الفريق على نفس الكونتنت ولا بياخذون الجد ويكون عمرهم يغيرون الخاص والحقيقة المركز الأول
It's going down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going It's going down.
الجيم اللي احس بتكون مفاجأة كبيرة جدا على ملامح بالماء تحديد افضل باختصار الخبر وراها ولكن خلونا ننطلق الماء معنا الجيم الثاني في يومنا الاول بنكون اكيد حماس وحماس اكثر اذا عرفنا وشفنا الفايتات اللي شفناها من الجيم اللي قبل شوي صار فيه هل بيلعبون نفس المكان نفس اللاند وهل بيرجع نفس الفايت واذا رجع نفس الفايت
Game time. I'm the main attraction. Game time. Game time. Game time. Game time.
It's going down.
Welcome back into Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Our analysis is brought to you by STC. And my oh my, 2 games, 2 victory royales. Kelly, that is a way to do things in this competition, making a mark here, getting 2 victory royales, eliminations to back it up as well. Points are looking mighty meaty for them right now.
I mean, grabbing these 2 VRs back to back not only is going to give them the points that they need to be one of those top 5 teams, but also the confidence going into the 4 games that are leading up into this. I am so excited to see how they're going to be mixing things up because, again, they had a favorable zone pull that ending up in Slappy Shores. That's not too much of a rotation from Kenjutsu Crossing, but absolutely incredible. A lot of top teams coming out in the very end there. We got to see our EU champion Merstash holding out pretty strong. I think having 7, maybe even 8 eliminations just by himself.
Yeah, he had 8 elims at least at the end there. As, I mean, a solo he was playing in those last moments. So it's good to see the EU veteran coming out and getting a good point game. The confidence from a Haunted Hero, I thought it couldn't get any higher after that first victory royale in the first match that they called. But now with 2 victory royales in a row, you know they are feeling good. But that's a good point, Kelly. I'm curious to see now, maybe if we get like a Brutal Bastion zone or something more north, what could happen?
And I do love the camaraderie between them. We got to see the winner shot there at the very end, and you could see them pointing at each other. Like, that's what you need. You need that synergy, and you need that camaraderie. But you know what else we need? We need to see the points.
We certainly do. We have points for you. We have our leaderboard as it stands right now. Let's take a look and see how things lie on our leaderboard. And you can see here 11 eliminations. Hero Epic have 143 points, but it's not, I mean, they've had 2 back-to-back victory royales, but only around, what, 18, 17 points or so away from second position. It's still very, very tight.
Yeah, I mean, from the back-to-back victory royale, obviously they're going to be in first place, but you know, maybe even imagined a little bit more of a gap. But from Satam, who got second in Game 1 and performed very well in Game 2, as well as QNDX and Rapid are actually Major 1 Middle East champions, are also doing a great job. Last match, they were up until the last moments there with a good amount of elims. So, you know, it's pretty expected, the top 3.
Taking a look at the next page here, that team I was just talking about, Merstash and Kakarot, having 9 eliminations there. I'm guessing that they're kind of in the bottom part of the leaderboard after Game 1, but with such a good game, the tides can shift so quickly, jumping up into 13th. But remember, everyone, we're looking at those top 5 spots because those are the only teams that get to move to the grand finals.
Yeah, Moustache there. I think 8 eliminations in that last game, kind of solo clutching a lot there as well. So you've got to play on your team here who can do that. It makes all the difference. So you can see the latter parts of our leaderboard as it stands as well here. You know, teams still managing to secure eliminations, which is really pivotal. I think it's really interesting as well, seeing some of our teams. You mentioned Rapid and QNDX here, previous champions in the FNCF Major 1 there. Great to see them rotating. We saw them on Rift Island. We saw them coming in late. I think managing their rotations sublimely there, proving why they've succeeded so much in other competitions previously.
Yeah, I mean, they're experienced veterans in Fortnite competitive, both in the standard Battle Royale mode and obviously in the zero build game mode. But as a reminder, it is only top 5 that's going to be able to qualify to tomorrow's main event. So we saw a lot of names on the leaderboards. It was very close. I believe there was only a 5-point difference between 16th and 11th place. So we're 2 games down, but with the names we've been seeing pop off in these recent matches, I'm sure the leaderboard still has a lot to be shaken up.
Yeah, we have a lot of great teams competing that have been previous champions. We have QNDX and Rapid, like you said, from Major 1, and they were actually a duo in that competition. Cal Gamer, who we've seen a few times now in the end game there. Also the reigning champ coming out of the Middle Eastern region. And then Satam, who got 2nd place. So clearly seeing the teams that are superior in the standard Battle Royale mode doing a good job in zero builds as well.
Yeah, I also love to see how these duos are, you know, playing with new players. Like you said, Cal and NM7 are playing together, but actually when he became the reigning champ from Major 2, he was playing with 7-man. So now with a new duo in the zero build game mode, I mean, I'm excited to see if they can maybe get a VR in one of these next games.
Certainly. Also excited as well to hear from our players. We have them on standby. There are some ready and willing to talk to us right here, right now. Let's head to the main stage and hear what they have to say.
رجعنا لكم من جديد أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور في مقابلة مع الفائزين في الجيم الثاني. كنا متوقعين إنه ممكن يكون فائز ثاني، لكن لا، هم نفسهم فايزين الجيم الأول. تويستد هيرو وايضا تريبل فهد قدروا انهم يبدعون بافضل صوره ممكنه، ما شاء الله عليهم. راح نسالهم بعض الاسئله الان، نتكلم عن ايش اللي صار في المباراه. ببدا معك فهد هالمره، ما شاء الله عليك، ما اتوقع اني قد قابلت نفس الشخص 3 مرات في نفس اليوم، فالف مبروك الفوز. ودي نتكلم عن خططكم، لانك مهما كان اللي قاعدين تسوونه هو الشيء الصحيح صراحه.
طبعا نزلنا لاندنا والصراحه كان اللوت ماش، فاتفقنا انا وهيرو ان نحاول ندبلك تيم، والحمد لله دبلكنا تيم وعطانا كل اللوت وبس فزنا.
So first things first, these guys have won the first map and the second map. They keep just winning over and over again. When we were asking them, what was your plan coming into this game? They were like, our plans didn't work. We couldn't get loot at the start of the game, but we were able to kill a duo that had everything we need. So we just took their loot and we were able to win the game. هيرو، ودي أسألك الآن، وش اللي ممكن إننا نتوقع منكم في الجيم الثالث، بما إنه الكل الآن مركز عليكم أنتم، والكل يدري إنكم أنتم اللي لازم تنهزمون عشان تكملون البطولة.
الصراحة احنا من قبل البطولة كنا مسويين بريبير لكل شيء، كنا مجهزين كل الاستراتات، كل شيء، كل الاحتمالات، والحمد لله يعني ما نسينا أي شيء. كل اللي كنا نقوله قبل قاعد نسويه الحين، ما في توتر، ما في شيء. فأتوقع الأيام الجاية بنشوف نفس السيناريو ونفوز زيادة بعد.
بإذن الله. So we asked Hero, everyone in the game right now is trying to focus on killing you guys, eliminating you first before anyone else, just so they can secure the first spot. But are you going to do anything different? And his answer was, no, we're not going to do anything different. We're just going to keep doing what we do. And we have our strats, we have our plans for every single scenario. So we have nothing to worry about. Hero, Fahad, الله يعطيكم ألف عافية على تواجدكم معنا في المقابلة هذه. عساكم على القوة. لو سويتوها 3 مرات أنا بنجن صراحة. فعساكم على القوة إن شاء الله. بالتوفيق لكم. Thank you so much everyone, and let's go back to the studio to talk more about the game 3.
Great to hear from our players there. That second victory royale on the bounce there. Also, I loved seeing some of the players earlier on leaping up from their chairs, being say to their families, "Did you see me? I did it! I got points!" I love the fact their families and friends are here as well as celebrating this. But always interesting hearing from the players and their perspective, like living it like in the moment as well. But already, you know, some players during the break there kind of asking about leaderboards and such. We've just seen a few minutes ago there the actual leaderboards as it stands. You know, the likes of Queasy and Veno, who I've now seen a team that lands at Kenjutsu the same as they do tomorrow when that official competition starts there. You know, 2 victory royales on the bounce. They're starting to think, okay, maybe we may be contested, and this could be interesting.
That's the question though. Like, are they gonna contest Queasy and Veno if they end up qualifying? I mean, after 2 VRs, it's getting pretty likely that they're going to finish in that top 5, but we still have a lot of games to go. That was only match 2, 4 more matches to be played out. But yeah, that's kind of a question that we're going to have in the back of our minds.
I mean, being contested isn't always a situation where you're going to lose. We're seeing Saddam and Smicky, who are technically being contested at Brutal Bastion, finding success based off of that and being able to grab some early eliminations, getting those much needed points that you need to be able to lead yourself up into the leaderboard. It actually can give you much more of a benefit than a deficit, but you have to win those eliminations. But I want to talk about some other highlight plays we got to see, specifically the one where we got to see Basil, who lost his teammate OGX and then stood in a corner silently waiting for what felt like forever until the two players found themselves in more of a lacking position, and he was able to grab the elimination, grab the card, and run away. But unfortunately, he did eventually go down.
Patience is key in the zero build game mode, but also when you're contested, it also depends on the drop spot. Like you were saying, Brutal Bastion, it's a pretty big POI, right? You have some duos that can play just north, just south, and have enough loot to play the match out. But if you're playing Kenjutsu Crossing, you're going to have both duos 50-50ing on those chests at the top of the building. So we'll have to see, if it actually ends up happening. But yeah, patience is very important in the zero build game mode.
Well, I mean, patience, we saw, I think, 3 or 4 different duos still in Brutal Bastion, the 4th zone, just holding out, trying to get those tags as other teams push in towards where the Storm's shifting to as well. I'm also glad to see we saw Bloomy there utilizing one of the ice streams as well. I think it was the 6th zone. Used it brilliantly, right when necessary, getting that immediate HP buff, but however, going down quite soon afterwards. But I'm glad we saw it being put into action, and we'll definitely see a lot more over the course of this competition, Kelly.
Yeah, and something that what we were talking about earlier, or what the players were talking about, is that they didn't get the items that they wanted, but then they were able to take down a team, and they were able to grab items off of them. For the team that took down Bloomy, they got to find a free cone there. They really need to find the time to use it immediately, and I think that's what a lot of these teams are going to find out as the tournament goes on, that yes, being able to use the cone, you're going to have to go off of your weapon, find a place to hide and pop it. Even if it is instant, you are still taking yourself out of the situation of using your weapon. So could he have used that cone right away, the second one that he had, to be able to heal himself back up, or was it just a lost cause?
It's difficult, right? It's also kind of when you think of the porta bunkers and the shockwave impulses that you're trying to save them for the late game, so you have as much mobility and cover in those final moments, but sometimes you're forced to use it early, and going to the late game, if you have none of those items, you might have to take some engagements, just like the winning duo was saying they did. They couldn't find enough loot off spawn, so they had to take those fights, had to take those engagements, but that's how they ended up getting all their loot.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we saw the explosive repeater used multiple times there as well. There were those we talked about vehicles and rotations at the course of the competition there, and you can see the damage they can do as well in a given situation. It'd be interesting to see how they're picked up and utilized at the course of this as well.
Well, we're also seeing a lot of people using the Cybertron cannon, but we also saw what happens if you're not 100% sure of where your positioning is, and a player actually using the Cybertron cannon on themselves. I think that might have been either game 1 or game 2. And also we've seen teams that have used that for the knockback, knocking them into Storm, so you got to be real careful when using that weapon.
we love fun moments here on Fortnite. That's what we want to see here, the fun stuff. It's all about entertainment here, and we're getting exactly that. We've had ourselves 2 games. We've got 4 to go here in our Middle East qualifiers, of course. That's all coming your way. We'll take a short break here, then we jump straight back into the action. So don't go anywhere. Don't be silly. Stick with us here on Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, and we'll see you just after this.
Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
بعد الجيم الاول كان فرق النقاط ما بين المركز الاول والثاني تقريبا لكن الان شوف فرق النقاط رجال تقريبا ابو 17 نقطه شيء فظيع رجال فرق مره كبير مره بوز ادفانتج بشكل ممتاز رجال في الجيم مره سيء كذا لكن برضو لازم احرجك صح، لازم احرجك واسالك توقعاتك قبل ما اخش او انا القيم الموضوع خلينا نطلع مرحله ارجع
I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing.
It's going down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going down, it's going down.
Welcome back into Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. Our analysis is brought to you by STC, Mini and Emad on the desk. Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. I'm obsessed.
Oh, very good. I like
that.
that.
On the spot. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week, all weekend. Literally.
All weekend, you will.
That's great to have you here, fellas. We had a great game through there. Meow. And Artur win our game of 3. Quite nice as well to see a different winner. 2 victory royales back to back for our, one of our teams.
Yep.
Now we have a new winner coming through. What was the difference in Game 3, Mini?
I mean, the difference for Hero and Fahad, they didn't actually have that good of a game, of course. They sat in a bush. They caught lacking inside of that bush, actually, as well. They thought they were a little bit safe, and of course, when you have the Cybertron cannon in the game, you are not safe when you're in those bushes. So it all sort of fell apart for them, which is not kind of contrary to what we've seen throughout the rest of the day. So hopefully for them, they can fix those mistakes, but great stuff from Artur and K.
I noticed once they got cannoned from the bush, they kind of panicked this time and shockwaved into a bad spot, and the terrain was not on their side. There were people right above them that cannoned them and then, you know, just lasered them, and it was just not a good spot for them. But I did notice Meow and Artur taking the win. That was legendary. And something I've noticed is that all the winning teams are south of the map.
Yeah.
And that's where the zones are going. So zones are very, very important for the wins and placements. And something I've also noticed is that there were so many players last game that were still standing. 70 players in the 5th zone compared to the other 2 games. So they're playing safer. They're playing for the placements because when you're fighting in 0 builds, it's tough. Like, you cannot build. You have to use terrain. You have to use the shockwaves, and it's just like
you have to make the most of everything around you. Exactly, that's exactly right. I think that's what's really interesting now as well, because this is game 3 done and dusted. We're halfway through these Middle Eastern qualifiers. So there's 6 games in total here. We're using the DreamHack points format for this particular day. Then 3 days, 18 games of competition to come your way, which is going to be so electric. Minnie, also interestingly as well, we've got players here. Some duos made up not just of Middle East players, but also we've got European players as well, kind of duoing with kind of Middle Eastern players. That kind of mix of regions and play styles, dynamics, does that affect things as well?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we have EU players coming in with some of the Middle East players. Of course, the Middle East players got invited, trying to get some of the players that, from Europe as well, which is just a fantastic region. We know how good the European region really is. So when you're talking about players like Bloomy, you're talking about players like Artur, Swifty, Murstache, those sort of teams, they're going to take time to sort of find their stride. We haven't really seen too much of them in game number 1 and 2, but in that game, finally, we're seeing one of our EU teams in Artur and Meow start to come through. Of course, this is a duo that haven't played together too much before this, so it's going to take a little bit of time to get them, sort of up to speed with their chemistry and working well together. So that's something that I'm excited to see develop throughout today as well. Of course, speaking about other teams, of course, Bloomy, Swifty as well, a team that I'm particularly excited about. Hopefully they'll be able to find their stride, because now is the time to do it.
Yeah, I like how you were speaking about how good the EU teams were, but I have to give mad props to the Middle Eastern players. I've been watching them for years, and I noticed some familiar names like QDNX, Phantom. Let's see, I've also noticed there was Spirefrog. These are legendary Middle Eastern players that have been around for years on end. And I give them mad props. The EU region is amazing, but we also have to give huge respect to the Middle Eastern region.
100%. I think that's the great thing about this competition. It's a celebration of Fortnite on an international basis here at Gamers8. So we're loving every second of this as well. I mean, if you want to catch you guys up as well, if you just joined us, what happened in the last game? The final moments of game number 3 here. Let's catch you up to speed indeed. Lots of action happening here. It felt like it was quite open. There was a lot going on here. Players having to adapt very, very quickly and play things out to ensure they get the maximum points possible.
Yeah, they really did. It was another south zone as well. So as Emad mentioned, there's a lot of those teams that did land towards the south side that did end up capitalizing. And of course, you can see what it means to Artur and Meow right there. What a clutch victory for them. An important one as well, of course, because they weren't quite in that top 5 going into this. So a very, very important win for them. You can see, look at that. I mean, I love this. He's waving. I love that. It's
having the
fantastic.
time of their lives. But the thing is, that's what's also to play for here as well. Yeah. I mean, Emad, think about this. We've got ourselves that massive competition. We've already talked about this. We've got a $2 million prize pool. Things kick off tomorrow. You want to qualify. Just give yourself an opportunity to be in the running for that there. And there's only 3 games left to play. So you need every single victory, every standing point, every elimination counts so much towards you making your journey into that competition.
Every single match counts, and I cannot stress it enough. Every match counts. You can be 20th place, and in the last match you can go top 5. It's just, that's how much eliminations matter, and that's how, like, if you get a 15 elimination game with the victory royale, like, you're skyrocketing to the top. So every single match counts, and it's going to be exciting to see. We still have 3 games left, halfway through, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, this is the sort of point where teams can sort of make adjustments, right? Where the halfway stage, you have a little bit of a longer break for our players going into this. So now is the time for our players to think, you know what, what's going well? What's going wrong? For the players that are a little bit further down, maybe they're contested, they're losing a little bit off spawn. We might see some drop spot changes, but of course we have teams that are doing well, of course, as well. So how do we keep that going? How do we sort of avoid any of those sort of mistakes that we can have, particularly for of course, our game 1 and 2 winners, Hero and Fahad. Those guys had a bit of a bad game number 3, so they need to try and fix what went wrong there, and in that instance, it was the bush. How can we avoid that in future? That's what they've got to look at right now and hopefully fix those for the next game.
Yeah, certainly. I'm actually going to head to our stage as well here. I'm hearing that we have got something very special for you guys at home here. So let's check in here and see exactly what is up right now. Let's check in and say hello.
Banks here on the main stage, and I am joined by two of the, well, let's call them the dynamic duo of casters right here at Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. It is, of course, Panda and Ben K. Panda, I'm going to come over to you first because something I overheard you saying during game number 2 while you were casting was talking a lot about pacing. Our first map, there was a bit frantic. It was all kind of popping off, and then game 2 seemed to slow down. What was your kind of observation of that, and who was the best example of that?
Good question. So obviously, number one, we have to talk about Hero and Fahad, right? Winning back-to-back games, so their pacing was good. They had good energy to start off the day. They also have a little bit more experience in high-pressure situations like this, which is why I'm not surprised to see them win back-to-back games. However, things are changing after game number 2, which is typical, right? A lot of the nerves come out here from a lot of these teams, and so now that people are getting their bearings, getting a better understanding, we're going to see different teams continue to climb to the top, which could end up dethroning Hero and Fahad. They're not safe yet. We're only at the halfway mark here, so anything goes.
It's all about adapting, isn't it, when it comes to this? I mean, you know, coming to the first map, things are going to happen, and you're going to start gauging, you know, where to avoid, maybe even a particular duo to avoid as well. Ben K, I'm going to come over to you. You know, it's been absolutely fantastic working with you. It's our first time so far. It's been brilliant, and I kind of want to speak to you about this region in general, because quite often, certain regions can get slept on a little bit. But, you know, we go into this region, this qualifier right now, and this region really is showing up. In particular, like we've already mentioned, Fahad and Hero. So what's your anticipation for them for the next 3 games that we're going to see?
I mean, it's interesting, right? If they continue to stick to the game plan and the zones keep pulling the way they are, that we've seen so far in the first 3 games, I see them doing very well. I'd be more worried, though, if they do find their way a spot into the next 3 days, into the finals, competing for $2 million, they're landing in Jitsu. This spot is going to be landed on by Queasy and Venno in the finals, which are not a team you want to be going up against, especially off spawn.
Oh, dearie me. And guys, a hot topic of conversation that's been going on. There's murmurs around here. We had that cheeky update, didn't we? The legendary ice cream. We've seen it in use. You know, what's the impact been from that leading into this tournament?
So ironically, game number 1, we only saw it 1 or 2 times. It wasn't much of an impact. But game number 2 and game number 3, we started to see it pick up a little bit. And I think players are starting to realize the value of finding these in the coolers early and not just using them off spawn to heal up and continue to loot. So there's definitely going to be a higher impact in the last half of these games. But of course, we'll have to wait and see, because you never can really truly dive into the mind of the player until you get them on the screen.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. Best of luck in the remainder of the games that you're going to be casting, and it's been fantastic so far. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Banksmeister, there with Ben K and Panda. The star quality is blinding me. Blinding me over here. Thank you, fellas. Interesting as well, like, you know, the expectations, the last, 3 games left to play in this qualifiers here now. I mean, mentioned some R&R, chance to kind of regroup as duos as well here. What do you think was discussed? What do you kind of think is going to have to happen now? Are we going to see teams start to play more aggressively, or, I mean, because they need to qualify for tomorrow? That's what we're here to do. How are they going to play this one out?
I think it depends on your position on the leaderboard. If you're a little bit lower down, you might have to be a little bit more aggressive, think we have to fight a little bit more, we have to be one of those sort of teams that are going for those higher elimination points. But for some of our teams that are in and around that top 5, consistency. How much can we keep going? Especially if you're one of those teams on the north side of the map, hopefully we'll get a north zone, maybe, one day or another.
Maybe one day. One day, hopefully we'll get one.
But yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot more of the same. I'm expecting to see a lot more of those shockwaves being used as well. We saw them get out of jail for a lot of players so far. And even those invisibility, I saw Greb using it in the last game. Trying to go invisible, trying to slip in and out of all the different players. That was fantastic, and it nearly worked out for him. He survived quite long, so hopefully he can do more of the same.
Yeah, I agree with you. The players on the lower of the leaderboard will push everybody. Yeah. They have to push. It's like their only chance. Maybe they'll play safe one more game, but the last match, if they're still on the bottom, they're pushing everybody. So you'll see the player count be really, really low in the last match. I guarantee it.
Yeah, we have seen a few duos as well kind of take their time kind of rotating through Storm, because they know how important those standings points are as well. You think about, positioning in that top 20 gives you such a bump in the leaderboard, and we kind of see it time and time again in different tournament formats as well. When it's 6 games specifically, every single game counts. Every single game counts here. And if you have just joined us, we're halfway through today's qualifiers, and it is exciting because we're all trying to qualify for ultimately, I guess when you think about the prize pool as well, if you get through to tomorrow, you have secured $10,000 just being in the next 3 days of competition, which is a massive dub as it stands.
Yeah, it really is. A lot of these teams have had to get themselves here, make sure that they can cover their own costs, so it's absolutely vital they can qualify to finals.
Yeah, I actually think that the players that qualify today, since all the nerves will be gone, they'll play much better tomorrow than even the professional teams that were invited, just because all their nerves were gone. They were like, I just have to qualify. I just have to qualify. And once they do, they'll just fly tomorrow to the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen. I mean, we can see match 4 is almost underway here. Players have returned from their breaks, and they must be feeling it now because, we mentioned about live audiences, and I loved seeing those shots earlier on of families and friends cheering them on as well here. Kind of getting this experience of being here at Gamers8, like we've been saying it just as part of the talent team here on the desk here. We're loving every second of this. We're living the dream right now. Just being out here in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia is fantastic, but for our players as well, they're in a space where they get a chance to perform in front of the world here. We're hearing that the casters are ready, and we're going to dive into match number 4. Where is it going to go next? We're at some clip edge here. We can't wait to see. Let's hand it back over to Levin and Shayo to bring us all the good stuff.
not having much space to work with.
Make sure you make the right decisions at that point as well. Even less room for mistakes. Smicky, Saddam, very impressive that they have like a contested drop shot, only half the stuff available at Bastion, yet they lead the lobby overall, putting the leader in a leaderboard. And you can see the situation around them right now. Draftel, who was so good at third partying, Leo and Kirito, who've been so good at starting fights, and then Salva coming up from the bottom side, who I think, I'm just gonna say it, had the most fights involved in the last game. You wanna search that stat? You can go watch that game back. I'll confidently say most fights involved in between minutes like 10 and 20.
You would not be shy of cast without some fake stats.
Real stats, man. There was one time I had real stats, I was challenged, and it was amazing. Best feeling ever. But it's real stats all the time, so why am I even so happy?
Okay, well, I do actually agree with the sentiment. I don't know about the stat, but with the sentiment, those guys are super aggressive. They're trying to take every fight and oftentimes winning every fight. So you definitely want to watch out for them wherever you are. And it's good to see OGX, FV, and Basil Fire actually get out of Mega City alive. Last game, they couldn't quite say that, went down rather early. And so a bit of a redemption arc for these guys as they look to make their climb up the standings.
Casper and Zayak up towards the same spots as well. They were unfortunately targeted by a Cybertron cannon. Didn't even get to respond to some of the people who were taking shots at them in the last game. This time though, way up on a hill instead of just between a quarry of rocks. They're able to have a little bit more control and safety in their spot. That zone will lock in just a second. Still a few duos and solos straggling outside, and they'll have to make a big push over once again towards Stilts, Creaky, and Brutal. I mean, lobby leaders having home zone, kind of crazy. Full control of the lobby right now as multiple teams are caught between sight lines. Tic-tac-toe, 3 X's marks the spot, and they get crossed out.
Wow. And that's Rapid and Q&D. That's a top team in this lobby, a top team in this region. A team a lot of people were expecting to maybe even easily qualify through, and it's Faisal really putting in the work. He's got to get a revive now, but a revive's not going to come through. We always talk about the third parties. Oh my goodness. Absolutely lasered out of the game. And he actually did get a revive just at the last second, but he's now taken out. And that leaves Wazi all alone with not much HP, just trying to stay alive in the game.
That's tough. You know, the game plan for LLJFT is to get that early elim, but in the process of actually pushing this bunker, pushing for this fight, it's FKS from the backside and Balor who are looking for more shots, actually take out Real Pro. And now FKS and Balor are going to look for finishing this fight too, looking for that elim on LLJFT. They know he's a solo. And when they left the solo over as well so they can contain him in this rotation, it'd be huge if they just landed one of these shots from the ERR. Not going to connect just yet. Bunker stop for now. They'll still control that space. Crucial space to control from the south side. We know there's at least 2 duos coming through from the bottom. Balor and FKS might be the people who see them first.
Yeah, they'll be hoping they don't. Right? Of course, Bloomer and Lardo on our screens here. Bloomer biting his nails. I always ask him why he does it. He's got to stop. It's a bad habit. He does it when he's nervous, you know, when he's in the zone, when things are intense.
Oh, man.
And I can't blame him. Wazi eventually getting taken out there. FKS and Balor doing the business, getting the job done. And that was always going to be a tough spot for Wazi to be in, especially with the main firepower in the team, really, and Faisal in these past couple of games being taken down. The winners of the last game here on our screens, Meow and Artur, and they might just get caught up by Stranger if they're not careful here. He's camping in the zone behind them.
Just waiting. He can make a little bit more out of this game because I know duo partner's probably down. Meanwhile, Phantom, Kai, Hero, Fahad, and Yonks all in the same spot. Titans beside each other in 3 different game plans. One on full rotation, cars through the jungle. Others shadows in the night. And then finally, Yonks towards the sun. And the cars have broken down for now.
Oh no.
Huh?
Occupational hazard, that one.
All good. Nima's fine. So many people actually going for this dead side rotation. They're making the dead side alive.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because it's not as clear cut, right? We often see a lot of the best teams in build mode playing for dead side and whatnot, and it doesn't actually directly translate to being as effective in zero build, right? It's not as simple as go to dead side, win game. But it's definitely a playstyle that can be effective, that can work. Phantom here now caught in the zone, and of course, I believe Kai's down, so it's just a bit awkward for him to sort of move through here, especially with FHD waiting up above.
Bloomy expected maybe some people to be here, but after getting that ping from the flare gun, I don't think he expected this. 3 different duos beside him.
Oh, Lardo went down as well.
Yeah.
That leaves Bloomy all alone.
It's going to be tough. We know his vehicle's already half HP down and in a tough spot.
And they had a really good game in game 3, right? Made it really deep all the way towards the end. And it pushed them into the top 6. And so it's going to be a really tough job for Bloomy to keep them there. Wolf is going to look to try and confirm this elimination. He'll clean that one up.
The confidence on the other side instead of making it a 2v1. I know that Bloomy's hurt. Down towards the left, he's going to go out with a one big bang.
Tough.
Revenge.
Oh, do they know?
Quietly.
Do they know? It seems like they do not. Bloomy lives on.
Bloomy has no enemies.
Wow.
A peaceful man.
A wise man is Bloomy. Because if it's me, I'm going out of the back. I'm just assuming my chances are done, and I'm going out with a bang. But he says, no. I'm going to stay calm. They walk right past him, and
hold up.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good. They come back, and they're going to hear him. They know he's somewhere here. He's gotten a reboot card, actually, and he's like, no way. No way yet. Okay, I was going to say, there's no way they just lose him again. He tried his best.
Fool me one time, shame on you, you know?
Yeah.
You fooled, you can't get fooled again. Wolf is an Epic Malik. Hunting rate, 100%. Still going in. Artor, Meow, Black Beetle challenge, looking good.
Yeah, they were also sort of just sitting in the zone there, right? So they would have heard all of that going on, but like you said, Black Beetle challenge, they're just sitting there waiting, playing the zone. And that's what we see a lot of the best teams actually doing a lot of the zero build, right? I think you'll probably see a lot more of it tomorrow once tomorrow's competition starts, right?
Yeah.
With all the players who qualified and were invited there. And it looks like Artur, adopting that, right? So clearly clued in and understands how they want to play the game. And it's working for them after that win.
Absolutely. Tempering kind of their own expectations of the game. This is where now hiding kind of becomes an art. And just being behind cover as well is something that should not just be looked over. JFT, not like this. Crucial seconds lost off that fall damage. And you can see a med miss getting kind of baited. He's found a few fruits to be able to keep his run going, but way back in the jungle is going to be tough. Yeah, we saw in that last game, if you slip past your cover, your bunker, even for like a millisecond, your HP bar is gone. And it wasn't even the cannons.
Yeah.
It's just the people wanting to shoot something.
Yeah. That, the combination of cannons and flare guns as well, like, again, when we'd say the margins are fine, it's easy to be punished, we are not exaggerating. It's tough. Here's Wolfies. Wolfies.
That's going to be a hard habit to break.
I'm so used to just saying Wolfies. Wolfies putting on the show like Wolfies would do, you'd think. So, picking up both her limbs there. Mansour and Adapter.
Every time. I mean, in the last game, they were in the same bush for 17 minutes. The zone pulling into them. This time, keeping it low key, keeping out of the sights of LLJFT. Hero Fahad, I mean, they were calm before, but I like the way they kind of play this early to late game. Earlier on, kind of chilling a bit out more, and then after that, slowly rising up in notoriety throughout the entire map and the positions they take in the fights they want to go for. And we saw the mistake they made last time, one too many fights. Or just a little bit too long at one of these fights, even third partying. It was a perfect third party. After that, tried to move, Fahad went down. Haven't even seen that happen before. So this time, keeping it low key, waiting till zone 8-9, going for the win. They're the best at that right now.
And the thing that makes them so effective is they're so great at following each other.
Yeah.
Very underrated skill. You see so many teams in this lobby get split up at different moments. Right? Maybe they impulse grenade and, you know, one player goes a couple boxes away, but these guys on each other at all times.
This time they can't stay that low key. They will literally have to make so much noise moving to the throne, moving to where first place is right now. Brutal Bastion has the whole zone. If you landed here and you're in first place, this is the best thing you could ask for. Not really any surge in this lobby at all. Everyone's just kind of chilling. These guys spawned in 11 in first place, and in terms of 6th, 7th zone, it's right over their POI. Best case scenario possible. So many ravines to be able to make it into this point as well. Free placement for the first place team. This is going to be tough for everyone else around. Flare right into the metal base. Through the windows and the walls. Bullets dropping down the halls. Right now, it's just tough. Eisen going down. Zayad left alone. FKS on another hunt again. The man doesn't stop. Mansoor Adapter finally not being PNGs or JPEGs. They're moving. They're getting into the zone. They have to get active.
MP4s. Movement.
Yeah.
Some action. But when will their movie end? They have to get into zone eventually.
I'm Sherry too. I mean, just left by himself right now. It's going to be tough. But Smicky and Satam, I mean, these guys got the flag, own the Bastion, and have not moved. A whole game sitting there just getting as much placement as they can. Basil Fire OGX have traveled to different seasons, different games, have switched their peripherals, went to the bathroom. They've done so much. We've done all around the map. Completely different game for them, and they're still moving in. One Elam so far. And now finally people have to move off that Bastion though, towards that top left side. Tough though, you can't see past these glaciers. It's a risk every single turn. Valor though, not stopping, not going down.
How aggressive Valor is.
Yeah. These guys have hunted so many people. 5 eliminations in total. Half of them aren't even their squads. Third parties half the time. It's huge.
Literally just bulldozing through every single team that gets in their way. So effective as well. Just that confidence, they exude it.
No build construction.
Just that. Yeah. FKS battle. So impressive here, and I think you're going to see, even if they don't end up having sort of the deep run in this game, right? There's still so many players up in the lobby. These points are going to start to add up. These are limb points for sure, so.
They're watching everyone succumb to pressure right now, but they were born here, molded in the Bastion. People like Balor and FKS, I mean, they just adapted it, right? They're already men when they stepped in. These guys were boys over towards the early game. In the drop spot. Cannon close range is going to hurt if you try to shoot that so closely. Option still taken. Spy now low HP. Almost gone, trying to go above and over. FKS does make it through. Him and Valor still full HP, taking on Basil Fire head to head. Who wins that one is the question. No one's gone down, so somehow both players survived. Next to fight though. Finally finding Spy. Kakarot also going down. Basil Fire is the one to take on FKS. First time we've seen the aggression actually stop now. Draft not being able to make it through so many duos should tell you how tough this zone is. This man is so good at actually navigating these zones. Dexify will be able to pick up a few eliminations, but his dual partner will be down. Mansoor Adapter having to make some noise. Not being able to play it low key either. This is just absolute chaos.
The action's not going to end either. Look at where this zone is. We're used to these flatland environments where players can hide, move around comfortably. But when you're trying to go up and down the hill, it is so difficult. And you're just seeing how hard it is. If you aren't in a bunker, it's sort of just wrapped for you. What options do you have? Where can you go? Where can you move? And if you are in a bunker down beneath the hill, you are at the mercy of everybody above you, just raining down fire on top of your head.
One more hill to control and rain over, and Bedor does not miss. Wow. Shot after shot after shot. The damage is in. The bunkers are gone. Abdul has to move forward. It's not going to be enough. Triple Pod also in that same box. He's going to try to go for the third party, try to have something to save both players in there. Second place, cut down in half.
There's like 4 different players running into that bunker. Everybody trying to find some sort of safety, but you are never safe in this endgame. And now you see Grev Battle, they want to run into the action. They want to get involved themselves, and that's what they'll do. Smicky moving through, picks up 1. And he has a lot more to do as well.
Stuck in a half bunker. Anyone can slide it at any moment. That's first place we're watching right now. Trying to hold on to their spot. JK Ree, Codex fighting over, shooting at Grev and Bedor. Not going to see much just yet. But every single duel's going to have to move in here. There's barely any cover.
No space. Nothing to work with. Well, actually, I should say infinite space, right?
Oh, there is a mountain on one side. The next zone, I think, actually, if you look at the mini-map, there's nothing. There's actually nothing. It's just flat land. So this is where the game might just end. Cal Gamer, NM7, moving side by side. One of the duels that might just have a little bit of shield, and Satam's back. Ooh. He's back, he's ready to go. And he's got everything cooking for him.
Where'd he go in?
What's happening here?
Where on earth are they going? Just imposing themselves into one bunker. The other players have left already. And now they're looking for another one.
Bunker after bunker, shockwave after shockwave. You can't really keep track of anything. Who's a teammate, who's an enemy? Cal Gamer and M7 still side by side. Cybertron Cannon looking for its big shot. Hero on the right too. Stops Cal Gamer in his tracks. It's an aim battle. And Hero is the one that falls this time on the backside. Satam in the zone. It's all just him now. Lots of loot in front. Bedor, the final filter, taking out so many different players. Just one left inside that tree line. Ice cold, frozen down and stopped in his tracks. It's Grev and Bedor with Game 4's victory.
7 eliminations along the way, and this was a team that was so proactive in taking the right positions to punish everybody else in the lobby, and it pays absolute dividends. What a game from that duo.
Game 1 and 2 a little bit simmery, and 3 they tried to be invisible. This time we could see them win that game. Full control, nice movement, and they're still talking tactics on screen. You'll have to see it from these two.
We could see them, we could hear them, the lobby could feel them, right? They were taking shots at everybody, it felt like, and even if they weren't connecting and getting eliminations, just that pressure that's applied that makes it so awkward for anyone trying to make some sort of movement in the lobby was absolutely immense. A really impressive game, and a game that I think will show a lot of players sort of how they have to start moving in these end games. Right? You have to be proactive, you have to be aggressive.
Yeah, I can see the difference in how the game's played too on a map like that. Inside the frozen portions of the game of Fortnite, the northeast side, it's a very different game. You have to maintain and control your resources. If you have nothing left, there is no room to hide behind.
Yeah, big ups to Bedor and Grev who picked that game up. And still plenty of work to do for them to make sure they secure themselves in that top 6, right? The job is not finished. We still have 2 more games to go. But that definitely is the kind of game that will put them in a very good spot going into those last 2.
Yeah, lobby squeezer, 100%. I mean, the big thing too to realize, a lot of the top players down in top 10, down in kind of top 15, not really getting too many points. So who really controls the Middle East qualifiers? That's the big question.
Yeah, and it's good to see all the competitors, right? Players getting up to get their last little bathroom break in, right? Before they head into the last couple of games. A couple of different players talking tactics as well, right? Nice to see. But brilliantly done from all those competitors. We'll see them back very, very soon. Again, we have 2 more games coming up for you right after this break.
welcome back into Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Good to see you here. Can you smell a Northern Zone? We finally got one. It happened here in our Middle Eastern qualifiers after match number 4 there. Things are looking mighty interesting again. Different teams scoring those points, standings, eliminations, changing things up completely. We'll check the leaderboard soon, but Northern Zone, some of our teams really benefited on that one.
Yeah, of course, a brutal Bastion zone right there. We saw Satum and Smicky, of course, landing at brutal Bastion in first place as well going into that game. So that's a team that have been able to capitalize on points when they didn't get the zone. This game, they got the zone and still able to pop off, getting a second place right there. I think at one point, Satum was 1 HP. There was a moment where I was like, oh no, he's running in, and he just about made it in and managed to clutch up some crucial points there as well. Really great stuff from that team, but of course, a solid game from everyone there.
Yeah, so Grev and Bador actually landed right above Brutal Bastion. That's how you know the zones are everything in no builds. And speaking of like the terrain, people were wearing green outfits throughout the entire game, and it finally went to where it wasn't green. Brutal Bastion, and it was all snow.
It's great timing. These things always happen. Yeah. Official leaderboard. We want to see it. Want to see exactly how the points are right now. And let's take a look. You can see Smicky and Satum there sat on top, looking pretty with 18 eliminations, 223 points with 2 games left to play today in these qualifiers. Only 10 points separates them from second place, Mini.
Yeah, so close there. Of course, Hero and FHD, they had a little bit of a better game in that previous game, so solid stuff from them. But I'm looking at 5th place right now. Bloomy and his teammate, 165 points is the qualification threshold, just 2 points ahead of 6th place and only 4 points ahead of the rest of the top 10, which is going to be so close to see how that finishes up. And I was actually speaking to Bloomy yesterday, and he was like, yeah, we're contested off spawn, we're 50-50, but he felt confident, and you can see it working well for them so far.
Confidence is key, and as you saw, like 7th through 10th, they're all the same points, 161, 161, 161.
Yeah.
So it's still anyone's game to qualify. Still 2 matches left, and I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, smattering of eliminations there on the screen as well. You can see some teams scoring as many as 15, 13, others only 4 or 5 of those standing points really being the difference maker there. 2 games left to play here. What I loved about the last game we saw as our match 4 is just the bunker play, the all-out warfare that was basically paintball back and forth. It was just cover, duck and cover, movement, 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 and electric for us to watch in the broadcast. But being a player in that kind of sweaty environment, it must be tricky, but players must have practiced like that kind of scenario going into this.
Yeah, they have. I mean, one of the talking points that the analyst talked about at the top of the show was, of course, we have 4 bunkers in the inventory slots now as opposed to 2. Of course, we used to have 2, which meant they had to use them a little bit more sparingly, but now we're seeing teams using them a lot later on. Of course, a little bit earlier as well to make sure they can get those rotations, but it almost feels like builds in the end game because there is so many builds. It's like, are we playing builds or 0 builds? What's going on? But it's great to see so much action, and I'm loving it.
It does look like the builds, but the most important thing, especially in that terrain, were the mountains. When people were just on the mountains, lasering everybody, double lasering with the MKs, double lasering with the cannons, that's very important. Having a mountain with the last zones is crucial for eliminations points.
And you know what's crucial there as well? Saving those shockwaves. We saw so many of our teams there. We were actually in the back, we were saying, oh, use the shockwave to shockwave them out. But we saw so many hills in that zone, they thought we need to keep these. We need to have these in our inventory, because if the zone does pull over a hill, we have to find a way to get over there, because of course you can't build. There's no way of getting over naturally. You have to save those. And I think that's what we saw teams do very well in the end game. And the teams that did well managed to do that exceptionally.
Exceptionally well.
Yeah.
There's lots, I think, ice cream cones as well. Not seen as many as I was hoping to see in this. At the same time, players, utilizing med mists, shields, whatever they can necessary to kind of give them that boost going into that kind of end game as well.
Yeah, I think the cones were actually harder to find than they thought. And everybody was speaking about cones, like cones, the update. And now, like, you barely see anybody with them. It's always shockwaves, it's always the cannons. I think the cannons are the most crucial gun in the game. It's just very hard to fight against it.
I just love seeing how enormous they are compared to every other weapon in the game as well. They just look so mad and huge.
Yes.
It's great to see. Our analysis here, of course, is brought to you by STC. We've got some highlights here of our last matchup as well. We're going to relive those moments there. As you said there, that kind of moment we saw, there was so many players in that kind of in some of those bunkers. You were saying, we're urging, saying shockwave. But maybe we can see the end moments as well of that game.
Yeah, Badr on Grab did a great job, and that's exactly what I was talking about, saving those shockwaves to the later stage. They, of course, had those bunkers as well, so they were able to capitalize on a really, really solid position ahead of everyone else, which just allowed them to hold all of the people that were later on rotating in, but still some solid placements from our teams that came second and third.
Yeah, rotating early is crucial, very crucial, especially for the last part of the game. That's where you want to try to get early and catch everybody slipping, waiting in zone, rotating late, and just having a hard time to rotate without getting absolutely lasered. So rotating early, they gotta focus on it.
They certainly have. I could imagine all the players as well who are going to be in our 3 days worth of finals coming our way here at Gamers8, starting tomorrow. 6 games a day leading into the end of the weekend. Probably all waiting on bated breath now to see exactly who is going to be going through, because it really starts to affect the way that they're going to have to approach their game. If they know that they're being contested going into tomorrow, that's going to really make a big difference to how they they get set up ahead of that as well.
Yeah, definitely. I know there's some of our players that are actually in attendance today that are actually watching the show, watching the games go down. So guys that are there, they're hoping that the teams that are going to be potentially contesting them don't actually make it through. I know Alex is one of them from our OC region, of course, coming all the way over. So he'll be playing tomorrow, and he'll be hoping that the team that might be contesting them don't make it through. But for our teams today, it's exciting. They have an opportunity to qualify to, you know, the biggest event of their year probably for these guys. So it's an absolute crucial moment for them.
Yeah, I've seen the drop map, and it's already so full for the actual games tomorrow and onward. And they need 5 teams are qualifying from today, and they have to land somewhere. They're jumping out of the battle bus, or they're getting kicked out. So it's going to be exciting to see where they land, how they adapt, and what happens tomorrow and for the rest of the tournament.
Indeed. I mean, 2 games left now. We know how crucial it is. The penultimate game, we're going into game 5 here, of course. We change things up tomorrow. We do start our competition, as mentioned. This is the qualifiers. You just joined us here, the Middle Eastern qualifiers, where there are only 5 spots left to make up the rest of our teams going into that competition here at Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. With 2 games left to play here, you know, you've both been in different competitive situations many times over. You've got 2 games left to play. You need points. You need eliminations. They seem to be a real difference maker here. How do you approach the last 2 games? I know, obviously, you want to win it. You want to get points. You want to do that. But how do you kind of manage as a duo here? You mentioned it before. You've got some players who are kind of new competing together here. What do you do? What do you say to one another? What is an IGL? What do they kind of like encourage going into the last 2 games?
I think the key word here is risk. I think you have to take more risk. You have to be a little bit more aggressive. Use those shockwaves earlier on. Use those bunkers for those mid-zone, mid-game fights, because you never know. You might not actually end up getting to use them later on in the game. So that's what it's all about. Earlier on in the tournament, we may have seen teams sort of shy away from some of those early fights and think, let's try and play it out, but it's now or never. If you don't qualify today, there's no more chances. So this is the final moment. And of course, our teams need to be taking a little bit more risk if they find themselves a little bit lower.
Yeah, I agree with you. They have to risk it, and they have to rotate early. I cannot stress it enough. As you guys saw, every team that won, they rotate early. They catch everybody edge zone. Maybe you saw so many people healing off in Storm. And now, like, as soon as they try to rotate in, everybody's just looking at them. They're looking for the 5 elimination points. They're looking just for that little opportunity that they can get just to get the elimination for basically free.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the rolling hills around us on these amazing screens as well. Thinking about, you know, how that height does play a huge advantage, getting enough bunkers as well to utilize in those kind of end game situations. I mean, dare I say that the mantra here right now is go big or go home.
Go big or go home. You might as well. I mean, this is the final opportunity to qualify. You have a $2 million event this weekend, so you know you have to qualify. This is the time. Make a crazy play. Shockwave onto a team mid-game. Try and get a high ground take. You never know. Try and camp in the storm, even if you're one of those types of players.
As they say, risk it for the biscuit. They gotta
risk
go
for the biscuit. You heard it right there. I love that. That's perfect. Obviously, you know, $2 million again. You know, we got some highlights for you guys as well to kind of catch you up to check in exactly what happened in our last game that you'll see on screens in a second here. But the $2 million prize pool as well. This is really lucrative for a lot of our players here. Yeah, there's none of them not had a chance before to kind of compete for this level of money. It's a real great opportunity to put yourself in the map as a player, as a creator. You know, lots of people around the world right now. We've said this multiple times. To not be here, you kind of feel like you're missing out in a way, because the vibe here is just something else. It's otherworldly. A lot of the desert we see around us, the edge of the world. It feels otherworldly, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it really does. And this is life-changing money for our players. You know, you have to remember that some of these players aren't even 18 yet. They're not even adults yet, which is
crazy, by the way.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. For people like us, you know, we are definitely adults. We are not playing today, but or this weekend.
but it is one of those things you have to just put it in perspective. $500,000, $250,000 for each of the teams, but I just know it's not just about the money. Particularly for this weekend, these guys are winners. We have champions across all different regions competing, and I know they want to go for the crown.
Yeah, really, shout out to Gamers8 for giving everyone an opportunity. Yeah. Really, it's absolutely outstanding. It's life-changing, and I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, lots of shout-outs coming our way here. We got shout-out to Sunshine, shout-out to the food.
Yeah.
I think the food is fantastic.
Absolutely beautiful.
Shout-out to all the Fortnite the players we've seen as well, who you can see, I mean, look at the stage as well. It's just something like, we saw the intro to this show earlier on. I think you guys at home, like us, were kind of sat back thinking, this is phenomenal. Like, this is the most wild, this is like the most futuristic thing I think I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's coming to life right now. And that's one of the cool things you can see is it's kind of like we had it last year, and now this year is kind of like a Gamers8 2.0, and it's just leveled up considerably.
Yeah, it has, and that's all about, that's what it's all about. This is what this event's all about. You know, the biggest gaming festival of the year. It's not just Fortnite either. We've been speaking to some of the players that are playing, and some of the other games. Of course, Tekken is going on as well at the moment. So I was speaking to some of those guys, actually just learning about the game. I've never really played it before, so it's something that they're, of course, learning about Fortnite as well. And it's sort of a coming together of different communities, different games, and of course, different countries as well.
Yeah, it's bringing everybody together in one place and everybody having a really good time. And even though there are rivalries in Fortnite, when I see them in the player lounge and I talk to them, they're like, oh, it's just online. It's just online rivalry. They don't actually like hate each other in person, and everybody gets to make new friends and see new faces.
They all play ping pong as well.
All play ping pong.
All play ping pong.
It's just competition non-stop all around us at all times. The players lounge was the heart of that. There was lots going on there. We saw you outside at the Boulevard earlier on. You a fantastic opening to the show there from Emad, by the way. Out on the Boulevard, you kind of like see even like, you know, the people around locally as well, who aren't necessarily kind of competing in the event or here to support necessarily, just can feel that vibe as well. I think it's great that gaming is kind of coming to this year, kind of expanding in the region, getting bigger, better, faster, stronger as well. And with these 2 games left, I think it's no one wants to go home. No one wants to go home. You want to stay here for the duration. I mean, this goes on until mid-August. I mean, that would be kind of cool to be here the entire time. Can you imagine that?
It'd be pretty cool.
That would be like just. That would be amazing.
I like the weather. I like the heat. I like the sunshine. You know, I come from Wales, and if anyone knows anything about the UK,
I'm really sorry about that.
You don't see the sun. I actually forgot it existed. Oh, if I'm honest with you.
You forgot?
I forgot the sun existed because I haven't seen it for months.
Shout out to all the Welsh viewers out there. I'll support you. Mini won't. I mean, he's just all his allegiance is gone. He's checked out right now.
I'm checked out. Yeah, the sun's checked out of Wales as well quite early on.
He's an honorary Saudi Arabian now. That's what's up.
That's cool. No, the people here are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Everyone's smiling. When I was on the Boulevard, everyone was smiling. The families were just walking around, enjoying the sunshine. Really, it's absolutely amazing here. The people are amazing here. I love Riyadh. I love Saudi Arabia. It's absolutely amazing having the event here as well.
There it is. I mean, you can see on the screen, match 5 is imminent as well as our players get ready to rock and roll here. I mean, predictions-wise, I mean, I think the leaderboard has changed literally every single time we've checked on it as well, because these games, I think you saw the second page as well there. Just going back to that, the eliminations, the difference, you know, you may not get the kind of the placements, but if you get those elims, it makes a huge difference to your overall score here. Again, to catch you up, we're using the DreamHack point system here. I think 30 of our teams qualified for this competition, which starts tomorrow. The 18 games over 3 days, courtesy of that kind of point format. And what's really cool as well is I just want to remind you guys at home, when we start the competition tomorrow, we've got 6 games. Every day, or the 3 days, the points change, the thresholds change. 125% on the Saturday, 150% on the Sunday, and that is a rare occurrence in the likes of Fortnite, where that is such a difference maker. And I think our players are, you can feel they're really interested and intrigued to kind of see how it plays out, because if you might have one bad day, the next day you could just pop off and change things completely.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about multi-day formats, you often say that, you know, the more games you have, the less important each and every game is, and that is even more true when you have 18 games. Of course, the first game, if you go down off spawn, it's not the end of the world because you have 17 more. Not only that, you have, of course, 12 games that are going to be worth more points on the next 2 days. So it's just going to amp up the excitement, amp up the pressure for the teams that maybe aren't quite as used to it, but we have some very big names competing, and I'm sure they'll be fine.
Yeah, day 3, I would say, is the most important. If you pop off on day 3, you can go from last to top 10, maybe even first. It just depends, because that 25% increase per day is outstanding. Like, I love the opportunity that it gives to players when they're not doing so good, and sometimes they just give up, but now everybody has a chance no matter what time they're playing.
Do you think I can ask production if we could have some popcorn in the studio here? Because I think we have to sit back and enjoy this like we would a blockbuster movie. Like we just sit back and just have some popcorn, enjoy ourselves. It's going to be fiery, and you don't want to miss a single second of it. That's going to kick off tomorrow. There are 18 games, the very first 6 being played. Then we're just hearing that we're waiting on our players to get themselves into the lobby, getting things started, and our next game will kick off here. I mean, dare I start talking about predictions for the next few days? I know this is a little bit early doors here, but we've got a bit of time for a second. Let's look at some of our teams who we think could go all the way in this competition. I'm going to kick things off here. Thomas HD and Malabuka for me. I'm feeling that is definitely a vibe right now. I think going into this, some superb efforts of work in the dream hacks. We've seen FNCS, a continuance of that quality, that great teamwork. It seems that whether or not you chuck 0 builds at them or traditional builds, the meta, they always seem to find their way and manage to get those eliminations. We've seen how dangerous Thomas can be in a given situation. So that's my feeling. That could be the one. That could be the one.
That's a tough pick. That's
a tough pick.
It really is. Yeah.
Are you with me?
I think everyone and their dog is with you on that. If I'm going to be honest with you, I think everyone could.
Yeah.
But I like that pick. I think it's good. I'm excited about Ziandi and Refscard. I think Ziandi is one of those players that he can pop off at any given moment. He doesn't really grind as much as he used to, particularly in the builds mode, but he's sort of had a resurgence when it comes to 0 builds. He's such a smart player, and of course paired up with Refscard, I expect them to top 3. Maybe not win, because I'm kind of with you on the Malabuka and Thomas boat.
Okay.
Top 3 for those guys. I think they can do it.
I found actually an underrated player that I interviewed in the player lounge, and his name is Baka FN, and he seemed really calm, and he qualified through the qualifiers, and I think he's gonna pop off. He's definitely on the rise, and I think he has a really good chance of popping off, maybe winning the entire thing. I also interviewed Malabuka. He seemed very calm, and when they're calm, they're dangerous because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, actually. I think your general attitude towards each of these games, we can see it from some of our players. Maybe it's like you're more nervous, not being in a situation before where you've got people watching you, and you can actually look up and just see all these eyes watching you. That's kind of like, I mean, you guys have both competed before. You've kind of been in situations where, people watching as well. It can add another layer of kind of like, pressure to a situation, but at the same time here, it feels like the majority of our players, rising stars aside here, a lot of the ones that are the veteran kind of pro players, I say veterans, they're like 20. But players that have been around in the block and they've done this multiple times, there's kind of that excuse to say, there's that pressure may not be there as much now. They kind of got used to it, and I think that's the ease you feel, particularly the likes we talked about the player lounge and just playing a few games and having fun. Like they know they have to deliver within Fortnite, and that's going to justify them going all the way towards that $500,000 top prize.
Correct. Yeah. I actually have played events in the past with a crowd, and at the first event, it was scary. But after, playing more and more events, you just zone everything out. So that is true for the new players. As you said, they might be a little bit more nervous, and the players with, experience and no more nerves, they might play a little better, or they can use those nerves for excitement and pop off even more. It just all depends your mindset, depends how you talk to your duo, how you communicate. Communications is key, especially in 0 builds. Every second matters. If you get lasered, you got to communicate. If you see somebody, you got to tell them right away, because every single second matters. You can't build and defend right away, so it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this is one of those situations where some of the more experienced players, they might be a little bit more comfortable. Is that good? Is it good? Hopefully, you'd imagine it is, right? Of course, you're a little more comfortable in your environment. You're not feeling that pressure as much, but sometimes that can play against you because you're a little bit too comfortable. You're a little bit too laid back. You think, I've done this before. I'm Booger. I'm Flix. I can do it. And then, of course, you have a fiery, new player that's coming in and trying to shake up the competition, and they could throw a spanner in the works. So for those players, they have to be careful. You have to be careful. If your name's Mr. Savage, Clicks, of course, any of the big names, Queasy, Benno, players that have played on this sort of big stage before, you have to be careful. And for our players playing right now, there is some experience in this Middle East qualifier. So those guys going into this last game, they're going to have to use that experience in order to maybe stay in the top 5 or break in.
Yeah, the experience is really vital. I think we see that quite a lot. I mean, we have the key words that the buzzwords always: consistency, adaptability, experience. They play a huge part of this, and it feels like rinse and repeat in a way. But that is just the facts. That is just exactly what it takes. Not to mention, obviously, being unbelievable at every single aspect of playing Fortnite. But we've got ourselves, you can see on screen right now, again, the pulsating throughout the course of that stage there, the vibes here as well. It looks like our next game, our match 5, is almost ready to rock, or the battle bus is in the sky. We've got beeps on the go. It feels like we're ready to rock and roll here. Players are jumping out. So on that note, I think we head over to our car. Says Levin, Shio, to the fellas. Let's go, boys. It's game 5 time.
Well, maybe not so much Levin and Shio, but Panda and Ben back on the mic here to finish out the day here for game number 5 and 6. And it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. So many shakeups, right? Obviously, Fahad and Hero wins 2 games right off the rip here, Ben.
Yeah.
And they're not in first place.
No.
Like what's going on?
I mean, we talk about, right? I mean, consistency. They're being consistent, right? So what's missing? Well, what's the missing piece here? Because they're doing what you're supposed to do. What a first place team should be doing is being consistent. They're doing just that, but they're not getting enough eliminations. That's really the meat and potatoes when it comes down to these points in this format that we're playing in today. You have to make sure you're getting eliminations. The teams that are above them right now, they're just getting more. They're getting around 7 to 8 eliminations per game, where you look at Fahad and Hero, they're only sitting around 4 to 5 per game, which just isn't going to cut it.
No, it is not. It is not even close, I'm going to be honest with you. So for them, they're going to need to really step up here in a big way in the final games. If they can walk away with another top 3 performance, maybe 2 top 3 performances and win, outside of that, because of the way that they play eliminations, it's going to be tough for them to finish this one strong. But speaking of strong is, of course, Artur getting some early beams there with Meow. Going to go ahead and push this. Artur has been a phenomenal fighter on the day. Every time we tune in with him, he's finding success in those fights, and so the expectations are high here for him. Nevertheless, could see a big here finish, but Meow taking a lot of damage, not having any HP to heal up is going to be a problem if he decides to take this fight with Med and Kami. Never underestimate Meow, though, because this guy knows what he's doing here, especially alongside his teammate Artur. You see the way that they split to take the fight. Artur stays on the high ground, Meow down low. Definitely a great execution. Not going to be able to convert this into eliminations. However, a little bit of damage along the way if needed.
Just have to make sure you can hold this high ground position now. Med kind of lurking close, though. The teammate is now knocked, so a 2v1 situation. Med forced to clutch up for the team here. Either look for the reboot later on or maybe a sneaky elimination, but just lying low. No shield and inventory, so not really an option to try and make too much of a play to overextend. So a smart option here to try and just hide here down behind the tree.
You know, sometimes you just got to do it, right? You just got to hang out behind the tree and play patient, play as a solo, not really overextend, not throw anything away. And smart play on their part, of course. They should be able to get their teammate back into this one. You never know, though, depending on the pressure from Artur and his teammate Meow. It could be tough to get him back in. Nevertheless, we'll figure it out as this game continues on. And there it is. Med, unfortunately, going to go down. Does end up taking out Meow there. Not fully, just gets the knock, but it does look like Artur should be able to get him back in the game. Now, though, the focus switches as Assad is up top, high and hungry for an elimination onto this team.
Assad and 08 have the kind of natural cover here atop the barn, just looking over. Azer and Rish just inside of this bunker, just trading back and forth with these MKs. No significant damage dealt. You saw some grenades going out, but again, nothing landing, so the sprays come through, breaking down the cover here. So you have to start to think, is it really worth it to use more utility to try and force this fight, or you just try to rotate away? And it seems like it's kind of moving that direction to try and play a little bit more passively. They're trading back and forth, a couple tags here or there, but it's just overshield. It's going to come right back. It's not really going to do anything for them.
And that is an effective play, too. Remember, Overshield is the only shield that regenerates in the game, not only in Zero Build, but in any game mode. So for Overshield, right, you kind of want to play off that, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here. No one's playing off Overshield now. It does look like Acer has gone down. Rush is going to rush in here and actually save his teammate. Wait, did another team end up picking those up? It does look like it. So more problems on the horizon here as there it is. The flare gun has come out. Now the shockwaves are coming in. Big shot comes through. That's one knock. And let's go ahead and convert that to two. And there it is. Finishing off strong. What a turn of events here for PN Reet and Rue.
Great job here. The awareness to know what's going on in the surrounding area. Picking up 2 basically free eliminations. I mean, both the other players, one was just res, the other one already low with no extra shield popped. Not much you can do in that situation when it comes to zero build. You just kind of have to sit there and adapt, and they don't have the utility to do so. So it's a little bit of a go next, but we'll check in with some other teams on the map as that first zone starts to close. We'll get an idea of where this is going to start to move. We talked about how we saw a couple of south zones towards the first half of games. We just saw it pull north right as we transition into these 5th and 6th games, so we'll have to wait and see. Still fairly central, so it can really pull either way. So generally these players are going to have a light rotate.
Yeah, rotation, however you spell it out, definitely going to be a focus here for these players. Of course, I want to say this. I've noticed that a lot of teams that have found themselves center map early on end up going down.
Yeah.
And that's a serious problem. And so obviously we know some teams that are going to be focusing on landing mid-map tomorrow, starting on day 1 of the Big 3. And their focus is to be mid-map. But I'm curious if that's kind of a disadvantage, right? We see, obviously, mid-map landing. If you don't rotate out quick, you have people rotating on top of you. If you try to go for positioning, you're probably going to be challenged by people that were able to position earlier, unless the zone pulls perfectly to you. I mean, there's a lot of, I don't want to say red flags, but a lot of variables in landing in the mid-map. And, of course, rotations might be a little bit easier, but in zero build, it's tough to rotate in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's an art form to be able to perfectly execute and hold a mid-ground position. Like, sorry, I say mid-ground. I'm talking about mid-map position in zero build, right? You have to make sure that you're playing aggressively enough to force people away from where you're trying to hold, whether it be a tower or a basement in a building, or maybe even a line of sight like on a little hill or a bush. You have to put out enough pressure to push people away, but not too much pressure to the point where you become the focus of the lobby, because that's when you can start to see Cybertron cannons being sent your way, the explosive repeaters start going your way, or even players that have shockwaves and get a little bit of damage dealt onto you, try and close that distance and look for quick refreshes.
I mean, look at speaking of quick refreshes, I should say, this was huge for Reet and Rue, able to clutch up and do that in a big way and do it fast. And that's what these fights are all about. Listen, if you're going to take an early mid-game fight, it needs to be quick. Because if you spend too much time making too much noise, which is what happened with the fight before, you're going to end up getting caught out by another team who rotates through. So that's definitely the story of the day. But Swifty finding himself at one point in the top 5, now not so much. He is going to need a big push here in the second, I don't want to say second half, but last 2 games.
Yeah.
Because it really comes down to this, the penultimate game here, as of course 11-2K loves to mention. But we'll see.
Oh.
Big shots come through, bunker comes out, and this fight is all but over, depending on how they can finish it up. One shot on each player, but no, they might be able to slip away, but if Dexify has anything to say about it, not going to let it happen. Quick 2-piece there for them, and they're going to be sending them back to the lobby.
That's just the issue there, right? I mean, we talk about bushes, and a lot of players like to play them just because you don't have to use any of your items. You don't have to use a bunker. You don't have to try and fight for a tower or something like that. You can just kind of post up and sit there for a little bit, wait for his own. But if a team is aware enough to think and know that, hey, there's a couple teams that are supposed to be landing near us, where'd they all go? Maybe they're sitting in a bush somewhere, and then you get double cannoned and taken out.
Yeah, listen, the bush plays are crazy. I'm not going to lie to you. It's funny to look back at, like, Chapter 1 when we were like, oh, look, it's a bush camper, bro. Like look at this guy. Ha, ha, ha. And now it's like, oh, I play zero build. And, yes, I play the bushes because I'm actually a better player, and I understand that that's such a huge advantage in those moments.
And they play for $2 million.
Yeah, and they play for $2 million in a bush. So, you know what? Listen, a different world and a different time we live in when Fortnite it favors the bush campers. But nevertheless, of course, Reet in Room using the top mobility choice of the weekend, mainly because it's the only mobility choice of the weekend, other than the existing launch pads and such in like the snowy areas and whatnot. But it's definitely been a tale of toughness here for Merstash and Kakarot, who, again, had high expectations going into the day. I think it was a top pick for just about everybody. And unfortunately, that's going to be another down there for Merstash. Gets knocked here in this moment. Kakarot going to have to hold on here for the team. But if VimQ has anything to say about it, the problem will rely on, oh, man. It does look like Kakarot going to Shockwave away. Tries to get Merstash to Shockwave with him. Unfortunately, not going to be able to pull him fully along the side. But now Kakarot just going to slow down, stay in this one, and attempt to survive.
It's still early zones, only about third, so still a little bit of time to try and make a play for the reboot later on. And I mean, it seems a little bit out of character so far for Merstash and how he's actually been performing. Not sure if it's maybe the LAN environment, it's a little bit different for him, not sure what it is. I mean, the stage is definitely a little bit intimidating if you're out there and you've got a live crowd in front of you. It's something you may not be as used to or comfortable with than playing at home. Not to mention, it's a $2 million LAN qualifier. So you really have to make sure you're playing at the top of your game. Granted, 2 chances left to try and make something happen as we continue to move forward.
And it looks like only one chance now for the team as Kakarot has gone down in the elimination feed, which means Kakarot and Merstash are out yet again here in match number 5. So one big game to finish it off could end up potentially getting them in contention. I don't know. It's tough to call without seeing their points live as of right now.
Yeah.
But it'll be a close one for them. And you know Merstash is going to go for a heavy Elim game. This man knows how to get Elim, so if anybody's going to be able to make a big comeback in the final game, it's definitely him. So we'll pay close attention to see how that plays out, though. But looking at the leaderboard right now, I love to see Cal and Nema up there right close to the top. Of course, you got Artur and Meow, another favorite. We talked about some of the big names to expect, and of course, Artur, Rapid, and Bloomy. All names that we said, hey, like, you have to pay close attention to these teams because they're going to do well today, all in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's the players that we know, right? They're the ones who are comfortable in this kind of environment. They know how zero build works and functions at a high level. They're the ones that are going to execute when it really comes down to it. We talk about it over and over again, it feels like, but the name of the game is minimizing hesitation, and the ones who have the experience, whether it be in standard BR or zero build, are the ones that are going to show out on a stage like this.
Hesitation is probably the biggest factor in zero builds.
100%.
It's so different when you're playing the standard BR, which most of these or some of these players are traditionally used to. It's just you kind of have a little bit of time to like think for a second and then go.
Yeah.
You box yourself out, create separation, take a mini, and then think about what your next move is, right? In zero build, you don't have that. You have to take the shot, not take the shot. Move to the right, move to the left at the right time. Like, find the cover that you need. Like, there's so many things that you have to think about as you play this out. And in some ways, I don't want to say it's harder than the traditional BR because, let's be honest, building is very, very tough. But mentally, it's more challenging in some ways than it is the standard BR. And that's why these players continue to have to overcome some adversity here as the game continues. We do have quite a few large names in it, but FKL, not on his new account, as Shio mentioned before. He is rocking the old account. Interesting choice. We'll see if that pans out for him.
See Bloomer take out Meow, the elimination feed there in the top left. It's a big fight against some top competitors here as now they look to try and clean up both Bloomer and Lardle.
That's huge.
Seems like one was able to slip away. Artur now taking fire from a different duo, so.
That's 4th being taken out by 6th. Remember, the points are so close here in the final moments that fight is more impactful than probably any other fight that's going on.
Yeah. I mean, by far, taking out these competitors directly ahead of you on the leaderboard, not only are they going to put them at a disadvantage for points on this game, but that's going to mess with their mental. And with only one game left, that's how you make massive strides.
Yeah, we'll see how it affects him as the game continues on. But of course, we have to showcase Swifty. This guy, I'm telling you, he's one of the most talented zero build players in the space. And I was shocked when he didn't qualify through.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's how meta changes work. And of course, we saw him in DreamHack Summer, and I definitely had high expectations for him. But I'm not counting him out just yet. 2 games left, including this one.
Yeah.
He's still in this one, healthy with his teammate, and he's doing the right play, which is playing in the storm a little bit, which we typically find teams finding success through these storm plays as long as they play it correctly. Of course, if you find yourself too deep, like we might be seeing here for the Mega City teams, it could be a serious problem. Fortunately for Real Pro Aim, he's just being gifted a med kit alongside his 2 legendary slurp juices. I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, pretty impressive setup here. Just need to make sure they make it into this next zone. No bunkers in inventory. You have to hope the teammates made up that. Because now, of course, stacking 2 to 4, we were talking about it in the green room, right? I mean, just the sheer amount of bunkers we see in the end game is absurd. It's just straight bunker fights. You don't see as much of the kind of playing with nothing left in your inventory. You're peeking over a hill, trying to make a last stand, just gunning down back and forth against another team. There's usually something left. So you can find an old bunker or old cover from another team and just kind of slip into it and then try and play your life a little bit, jiggle, peek a corner, look for an elimination, whatever it might be. But there's a lot more opportunity.
You know, one thing I want to talk about real quick is the use of the flapjack. This bad boy has been underutilized, in my opinion, in today's games. Not underutilized in general, to be clear, but underutilized in these games. Is the flapjack rifle is, in my opinion, a positive challenge for the MK Alpha. You see a lot of teams opting for MK Alpha. It's a little bit more accurate at range. However, the fire rate and damage from the flapjack rifle is insane, especially if you get the enhanced one, the mythic variant. That thing is a serious, serious problem, especially with these close-up fights, which typically in the end game, of course, you find yourself in a little bit closer range, whereas you don't want to have to worry about zooming in, ADSing in on the MK Alpha to take the shot. No, you just kind of want to take some shots with the flapjack, which you can just pull it out, hip fire, and sure enough connect serious damage with. So I do want to see more players competing with that in the next 3 days, which I'm sure we will. But on the day so far, of course, the MK Alpha remains supreme in the rifle department.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing you talked about, right? The hip fire ability of the flapjack. It's really impressive. And we've seen some fights be determined by the fact that the team's holding the mythic flapjack, right? I mean, you can dish out some damage from distance to flapjack if you have a teammate that has good aim and can hit their shots with the MK from distance. And then if someone's shockwaving on you, that's the difference, right? Even if you're on low HP as the team starts to push you, that can change the tides in an instant.
It definitely could. And listen, Fahad and Yanks, right? We've talked about some Fahads here on the broadcast, but we haven't spent enough time talking about this duo. And again, one of the big duos coming into it, the Falcon team, of course, representing strong here in the Middle East qualifiers, but also in Gamers8 in general with the big signing of Pink today, alongside, of course, they already had Tayson and others. So big, big weekend for the Falcon boys. I'm curious how they're going to finish the weekend. I'm definitely going to be paying close attention to them, especially with the new signing of Pink. But nevertheless, we have to see if these Falcon boys can make it through alongside Trick Shots and Swifty, who again look to be finishing this one strong. You see, look at all the bunkers they have.
Oh, yeah. So
they have 10 bunkers amongst the two teammates. Like, that is insane to think about. And in the end game, they're pretty much set.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much whatever you want to do. Any kind of cover, you don't really have to worry about it. Just focus on rotating and positioning yourself on dead side where there aren't as many players. Because if you can get there, throw as many bunkers as you want to make sure you don't get pressured off that point, because it could pay off in the long run. Zone pulls for you. You're able to hold down some high ground cover. Even though you're getting pressured, you'll be set up really well to pick up those late game eliminations. Because, I mean, it's stacking up the 4. You have to imagine, I mean, either they're going to be set up really well for the long run, or whoever takes them out is going to be set up really well for the long run.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends, because we've been hyping up some teams today that had clear advantages in a fight, and then all of a sudden, they're out. Yeah. And we're just like, what just happened? And that just shows you the variability of these games. While you think a team might have an advantage, might have a great position, might even have a better loadout, and they just ultimately go down. It just kind of speaks to the caliber of players that we're seeing compete against one another. But Fahad and Hero, game 1 and 2 champions. Second place on right now, not too far away from first. Still in this one here in the final moments. I'm curious where Smicky and Satam are. This duo definitely going to be a force to deal with for Fahad and Hero as they're still in it. We look around and sure enough, I don't see him. I'm curious if they are still in it. But Mansoor and Adapter, one of the teams that played in the DreamHack qualifiers quite a bit, got that experience here in this format that we're playing on right now, which is at 60 points for the win, 5 points for elimination. They got some experience, didn't quite qualify through, but they're coming back in style here today. So we're going to be paying attention to them in the final game as they stay alive here in match number 5. But Salva and VRG just going to rotate on.
A little bit of spins there to try and throw off the enemies a little bit. A little bit harder to track, but luckily no fire sent their way, so no damage dealt. But still have to keep in mind what they're actually going to be trying to do here, which is move into this zone. It's going to be a straight little white line. Just kind of make it in here, then focus on getting a better position as the zone starts to close, because it is that kind of half in, half out point. So more terrain is going to reveal itself as the zone starts to move, which are going to be completely uncontested. That's where you can find those spots in this zone that a lot of players aren't going to be looking for. The ones that are sitting on edge right now in zone, not really paying attention, looking towards the edge where most of the players are coming from. As it starts to move and more space comes out behind them, that's when you can find some sneaky eliminations on people not paying attention.
You know what we haven't been paying enough attention to? Cal Gamer and Nema, right? I don't know if you saw Cal's pickaxe There's a certain little prismatic shine to it that only a very few people have. If you know, you know. It's the FNCS champion pickaxe. But no, we also have to focus on Satam going down. That's our first place team going to be out of this one earlier than expected.
And this is where big strides can be made. Other teams can look to try and send their way up this leaderboard, and Swifty and Trick Shots looking to do just that. 8 eliminations so far this game. That's 40 points, and now they're going up even more, finding 9 and still putting out big damage. It'll be Grev in the distance and the rest of the lobby as well. They're set up in a perfect position here on Edge to rack them up here.
I can hear Mini Miner cheering from a mile away for Swifty as they just continue to climb here on the leaderboard in the final moments. But will they be able to hold on? We'll have to wait and see. As now, though, it does look like other teams going to be able to get the advantage there on the hill, and that is Cal Gamer alongside his teammate and Nema. So great plays there from them. But now, unfortunately, it does look like a lot of teams getting stuck in Storm. Some playing the Storm effectively with the slurp juices, but others getting caught out, and that's going to be Sal out of this one as Salva, I should say. My apologies. Ends up going down. I thought he was alive, but no, in the moment, he just is out.
It's the teammate, the other solo just below the bunker, not aware it's not their own. Gets taken out without paying attention. Not really the way you want to go out, but we'll keep moving forward. Lardle and Bloomer still in this game. 4 eliminations, so not really a high number, but they're in a good spot here to try and find some more. Zone pulls far away. A majority of this lobby has to move through, and we're down in the jungle. A lot of awkward angles here for most of these players to take, not to mention the hot mushrooms. Big changes in elevation in an instant, so there's so many shotgun battles going on.
But you also have to be careful in Zero Build if you take those mushrooms, because they put you in the air for a long time. And that's going to be Snazy going down to Swifty. Again, Swifty just finding elimination after elimination. And while that is a knock for now, it's almost certain to convert as he now pushes up against Hero just below. Second place right there on the opposite side. If Hero goes down here to the hands of Swifty, Nema, or Cal, that could be huge for the shift on the leaderboard, because all those teams are in contention for the top spot.
We'll start to break it downward into that top 10 now. 9 teams remain. Spy deep in the zone with those slurp juices popped, so trying to avoid getting taken out by the Storm. So moving into it, Bloomer, Lardle still in a good spot, finding a couple more eliminations to make it 6 in total. 2 shockwaves in inventory with no heals left, so they're going to have to look to try and find some sort of a refresh. Same mindset, though, for Swifty and Trick Shots. They just keep going with eliminations, though.
That's 9 on Swifty alone.
Incredible.
Insane. I mean, honestly, they're going to be close to getting a 100-plus point game if they can get the win or close to. So we'll have to pay close attention to them in the final moments as they continue to pressure on. And so many teams still in this one. You see the Fahad team and the Falcon team, I should say. And, of course, Bloomy and Lardle still in this one, too. So lots of top 6 teams in this one fighting for the possibility to continue on, but no, Bloomy is going to go down. Lardle's going to fight as a solo. Big shot comes through, though, and that's going to be Trick Shot. Ends up getting knocked. Swifty now going to be left alone, potentially going to have to make a play, and there it is. The shockwave comes out, but wait, he doesn't have heals. He doesn't have bunkers. This could be a huge misplay, and it is. He goes down. Lardle stays alive, and now this is going to be a fight for the final few.
The 2v1v1, if I'm not mistaken, and Abad and MJR in a great position to try and close this game. As you see it, Lardle trying to make something happen as a solo, moving up towards this high ground position, but MJR to challenge, moving up with the shotgun to try and close the game, and there it is, landing the final shot. MJR gets it done.
Impressive finish there for MJR and his teammate to finish off Lardle there in the final moments. But look, I'm going to be real with you. It's not over yet. 5 games down. 1 more remains. We have 5 spots to claim, and these teams are coming down to the wire. This has been one of the closest qualifiers we've seen in all of the DreamHack finals. So this one is going to come down to this. Game number 6, just moments away here as we've just finished match number 5.
So we think the competition's stacking up for the finals. It's stacking up here. If anything's going to be an indicator that we're going to be in for a show for the next 3 days, it's this right here. And we've got 1 more game to lock in those spots. These players have to know, start to be conscious of where they sit on the leaderboard now. And this is where we'll see massive gameplay shifts going into game number 6, because it's all or nothing.
All or nothing here in the final moments. Who will come out on top? Will Fahad and Hero claim their top spot back? Will another team like Swifty climb up to the top spot? And who else will fight for the top 5? we'll just have to wait and see.
We keep going. These players have worked so hard to get to this point, 5 games down. All the mistakes they've made up to this point have to be sitting in the back of their mind to analyze. Do they switch up the drop spot? Do they change up the loadout? Do they carry more bunkers? Do they carry less bunkers? All those little changes that you can make in your gameplay have to be made now. You have to make those changes. And again, it's 5 games down, 1 to go. Panda, I mean, we've got 1 left. I can't wait to get into it, but I mean, any final thoughts?
I mean, look, the only thing I can say is we're in for a treat.
Oh,
Match number 6 is going to be one of the closest finishes here, especially based on this last one. The last 10 teams were all like top 5, top 6 teams. So it really is a close finish here for a lot of these players. But it's time. We got to go to a quick break before we get into the final match of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
To Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Welcome back into Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. We've just had game number 5 and things are really heating up with only 1 game in our Middle East qualifiers left to play. Again, we've seen teams in our last matchup there multiple eliminations. Particularly we saw Swifty there getting, I think, 9 eliminations, his teammate getting 4. That is going to be absolutely humongous going into this leaderboard with only 1 game left.
Yeah, double-digit elims for the duo. You know, they are feeling good. I believe, actually, too, with the format, it's 60 points for the first place spot, and you have to get, is it 12 eliminations, which is the equivalent of a victory royale in the current point format, which, by the way, is going to be different in the main tournament 3-day format. The point system is different, so only 12 elims for that VR, and with the double-digit elim they got from that match, I mean, they're going to be bumped up the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah, 125 points if my math is correct, and it usually isn't. Absolutely incredible game there. I'm sure we're going to be seeing them up their leaderboard, but my goodness, also towards the end of the game there, they had their complete loadout. Usually when we get to that point in the final zones, people are just down to their weapons, but they still had bunkers, they still had shockwave grenades, they still had slurp juices somehow. Absolutely an incredible team. If there's any team that is going to be able to compete against the EU and NA players that we have tomorrow, it's definitely this one right here.
Yeah, I talked earlier on in the show about Bloomy having trying to utilize the cones as best as possible, the ice cream cones. Finally, we saw there in the end game having 2 of the legendary little whip cones, bringing them all the way through the game to the end. I mean, that's what I've been really interested to see here, is how players have used the Cybertron cannons we talked about, how they've used everything available to them to get into this position. And we can see how dangerous the MK Alpha is as well. Like, we've just seen some of our players just going ham out there and just causing chaos with that thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you can land your shots, if you control the recoil on the MK, it does does some incredible damage, but also making use of that Cybertron cannon. We can see people, you know, feeling safe inside their bunker, but then boom, they're gone. They're out of there, you know? But Bloomy, they did a great job, used those cones to stay up longer, got second place, so that's a good amount of placement, plus the elims they had. They're going to be looking pretty strong.
I love that it's not even their opponent's Cybertron cannons that they have to worry about, but their own. We've now seen it several times where players have cannoned themselves. So guys, be careful with that.
Look, it happens. It happens. A bit of a delay on the shot, so, you know, you might get a little nervous, and especially in a bunker, I'm not going to blame them.
No, be careful out there. That's definitely the thing to remember. Be careful when it comes to the Cybertron cannon. Obviously, we all want to see this now. Obviously, one game to play. We want to see exactly how our leaderboard looks with one left. Let's do this thing and see how things fare. I'm sure all of our players who have qualified for the rest of our competition, which starts tomorrow, those 18 games, want to see this as well. Before that, of course, we have some highlights from our game 5 here, with Swifty causing real problems that kind of end game there, making not missing any shots, just being so dangerous, Kelly.
Yeah, and here we have Bloomy's end up there with his teammate holding it down for them, grabbing that second place spot and those placement points that you need. But it was really Abad and MJR here. They were able to grab that final victory royale for game number 5. And you can see, again, incredible loadout at the very end right there. And both having the double Cybertron cannon, which we've seen time and time again for the zero builds. But I love it. Like, they seem a bit calm there. I think that they know
so good.
that this isn't just it, that they have to have another phenomenal game to be able to get into that top 5. And here we are looking at it. Hero and Fahad, the team that was able to grab 2 VRs at the start of the competition, 258 points, but right behind them is Cal and NMX7.
Yeah, this is crazy. But what I'm looking at, look, the top 3, they're looking very close. 250, 252, 258. But the cutoff, top 5 duos qualify to the main event tomorrow. And I see Ardor right there on 6th place with just a 2-point difference from that top 5 spot. So you know, going into the last match, they are going to be stressed out.
They really are there. That's a really tasty looking leaderboard there with so many players in contention. You can see the bubble kind of teams we tend to talk about, the kind of the 5th position there at 213. We also have like 211, 207, 205, just one game left, and that big difference maker could be a few eliminations either side, and that could be what gets you through into those last 18 games kicking off tomorrow.
I mean, we just saw a 100-point game out of our second place team right there. So right here, I think anyone all the way down to 13th place could easily jump into that 5th place top 5 spot.
Yeah, they really could. I mean, $10,000 as well, just if you qualify to kart. I mean, that is monstrous. That's not bad at all. But this is the kind of like the last chance saloon now for players, and we can see kind of the latter part of the leaderboard here. Players, you can see. I mean, even some. I mean, FKS and Below there in 24th position with 14 eliminations to their name still, and 26th position with 13, but just not quite enough with those standings. Haven't really excelled enough towards the latter stages of the game.
It's all about those big games, though. If you can get a double-digit elim match and the victory royale. I mean, we saw Swifty, I believe they had 14 or 13 eliminations in that match. So it was equivalent of a VR plus some points. If they can do that alongside a victory royale, I mean, like Kelly was saying, you could go from like 12th, 15th, even 20th to very close to that qualifying range.
But that also depends on how our top 5 teams are going to be doing. And in that last game, almost every single one of them was in the end game right there. And we've seen teams do it before, and I love talking about the Invitational, where it was Queasy and Vino versus Cammy and Seti, where teams changed up their drop spot in the final moments. And these teams are going to be doing that. I guarantee at least a few teams we're going to be seeing are going to be changing up their game plan because they have to if they want to make it into the top 5.
Yes, indeed. All that changing things up with only one game left to play here. Of course, all of our analysis is brought to you by STC, but our interviews are brought to you by our fabulous stage hosts as well. And I believe we do have one ready and waiting for you. So let's head over to the stage and see exactly what our interviewees have in store for us. I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say. I'm sure it's going to be very, very insightful indeed. Let's head on over and see what they have to say.
Stage again, we were able to interview the winners of the 5th match just now, Abud and Sir Majal. They were with me a second ago, and they are preparing for the last game now. They were able to snag the 8th spot after being in place 18, and that's alone on its own is an amazing comeback. But I'm hoping that they were able to come back even more and be able to snag one of the 5 places to qualify to the main event. And they didn't seem very confident. They were just happy to be here and participating in this huge, amazing event with the lights and the stage and the crowd. And it's very, very wild here. And let's see how they do in the last game. Best of luck to them, and for the rest of the players, let's go back to the studio to talk more about the last game.
Thank you very much there. We're actually taking our time here, just trying to work out exactly how the top 5 as it stands. Things could change, obviously, here, but how that could affect tomorrow and drop spots, POIs, and which of our players watching on right now, the ones that already qualified, are looking on and thinking, please, please don't contest me, because this is going to be really, really difficult for us if that is the case. What have you guys found out thus far? What are you looking at the map and seeing and thinking that could be really, really fun to watch play out tomorrow?
So if you're talking about fun, then we can talk about Hero and his duo partner, which do drop in the Kenjutsu Crossing, because the issue with that drop spot is you don't really have the opportunity to maybe land north and south and kind of individually as duos loot your own spot and keep moving forwards, because that is pretty 50-50 in terms of a drop spot. You have to land on the top of the Kenjutsu Tower or Kenjutsu Crossing Tower and basically 50-50 the chests. But if you're landing in Brutal Bastion, then it's a different story.
Whoa, wait. But first, landing in Kenjutsu Crossing, that's not going to be fun because they're going to be going up against Queasy and Vino, the reigning champs out of EUF and CS right now. I don't know if there's another team that I wouldn't want to go against. So I don't know if fun is going to be the right answer there, but maybe interesting. We also have Saddam and Smicky that if they do make it through into the top 5, they're going to be going up against Blake and Cease and Brutal Bastion, another tough opponent.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I mean, the good thing about Brutal Bastion is you kind of have the north side and south side, and north side was open at Brutal Bastion, but I believe that Sizlucky and DJet might actually have swapped their drop spots to there, so now I don't know if there's going to be an open spot, which is going to make it that much more interesting.
I have another one that's going to be interesting.
Go on, Kelly.
Cal and NM7 that are currently landing in Rumble Ruin actually going to be going up against one of the only Middle Eastern teams that made it through the DreamHack series, which is, of course, Dark and Gentle.
Ooh, okay. This is looking interesting, because I think you're right. Players right now, these contested drop spots. I mean, when we see the eventual leaderboard at the end of game number 6, we're obviously going to break this all down for you into exactly how it's going to play out. But really interesting to kind of find out what could be in the near future here. We are going to take a short break. When we return, you have your last game, game 6 here of the Middle East qualifiers of Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. You would be silly to miss it, so stay where you are. We're back in just a few minutes' time.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want, then? You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
It's going down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going It's going down.
It is here, folks. The final game here of the Gamers8 Middle East qualifiers is right now. Game number 6 here is just moments away. And of course, look at these players. Hey, he's ready. No one can see him. I don't know if that's what that means, but he's number 1. He's looking to do big things here in the final game. Hey, taking out 3.
He's checking his vision.
He's checking his vision. Oh, okay. 2020? You good? All right. Well, you're going to need 2020 vision to play against these top competitors here in the final match of the day. This one's going to be close. And Ben and I were talking when the analysts were up. We got to see the leaderboard, and we noticed a pretty prominent name who had a phenomenal match, number 5, absent from not only the top 5, but absent from like the top 20, and it was Swifty. They had 10+ eliminations there, easily 40 points alone in elims, but they weren't in the top section of the leaderboard, which makes me wonder what is going on, number 1. How far off are they, number 2? And are they going to have to repeat the same performance from match 5 and match 6 just to get into the top 5? All these questions and more, of course, will be answered here momentarily as we are right around the corner here from diving into the game. But of course, you have to shout out the beautiful stage and the wonderful sponsors making all of this possible. Shout out to them as we get ready. Here it is. These players are locked in, loaded, and ready to go. We'll see who comes out in match number 6. But Ben, my man, few questions for you before we dive in.
Of course.
So number 1, analysts talked about it, ice cream cones. Haven't been as packful as we anticipated.
No.
Thoughts?
It's honestly surprising. I think a lot of it has to do with spawn rates, just the way it currently is right now, and a lot of it is prioritization, right? It's a very new update. These players have put in the hours with what they know is going to work for them in the long run throughout these 6 games, so there really hasn't been a reason to seek them out. Because you look at the teams that actually have the opportunity to change their gameplay style to pick them up, and it's really only going to be Brutal Bastion, the north side of zones, the teams that are going to purposefully target these coolers. And even then, there's so much other opportunity to find loot in POIs like that. It's not worth going out of your way to find it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, but it is time here, folks, as the final match here of the Middle East qualifiers is right now. Let's dive in as the players jump off the bus one final time for the day.
Here it is. Onto the island we go. A mega city through Rumble Ruins bus path, so pretty evenly split for majority of these players as they continue to move over. I'm sure we'll see that even 50-50 at Brutal Bastion like we've seen time and time again. And of course, Mega City still stacked up. You can see the arrows there dropping down in, 3, 4, maybe even 5 duos. It's just a popular spot as it is. And this is where you see a lot of the teams, right? You would think, like, hey, the ones that have been contested off spawn, maybe they've gone down early a couple of games. It's the last game. Let's switch it up and make sure we land somewhere safe, because there are some uncontested split drops on the map right now. They're like, no, we want to stick to what we know, what we've practiced, because when it comes down to it, the teams that are contested, they're going to need those eliminations to make up for it.
I don't know about you, man, but I'm not landing 5 teams deep into Mega City. I'm going to Shadow Slabs.
I'm not.
That has 1 team.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere near it.
Slabs. Like, what is going on? Why are there so many players here competing in this drop here? Nevertheless, though, we'll see how this plays out for these teams, as a lot of them have been fighting the whole time. And remember, look, this is your top 6 as of right now. So close here towards the top. You see CalGamer and Nema are just barely behind Hero and Fahad. So it's going to be a close one here to the finish. Now, though, OG going to take some shots here. Shockwave comes out, does slip away, but just barely.
And now he'll dive back down with the shotgun. Says, you know what? It's my time to dish out some punishment. So he finds one, looks for the finish to try and grab those extra shockwaves, but forced to take the gunfight. So will go down. Teammate looks to clean up, and they will. LLJFT finds it, but now has to avoid the third party.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough one as he tries to shockwave away there just to keep his teammate alive. It does look like no other team is actively pushing this, so they should be safe. However, obviously you can never be too safe in a situation like this, as Lil Fahad and his teammate not too far away from that could cause a problem. But now diving back in with Kame Med going up against SO8, and great finish there for them. Saad is going to have to stay alive here, does use a bit of action, but wait. Med is getting tagged up from another direction here. This could be a serious problem. Now Med is down. The last shockwave actually coming out. And it is Saad that is going to be able to clean up Med. But it does look like Kame should be able to fully disengage here. We'll have to wait and see if they survive, as players just looming in the distance could cause some problems as these teams begin to rotate away. But this fight It's definitely going to be a long one, as now we switch over to Yonks and Sherrix. Of course, M Sherry, Lil M Sherry, and M Sherry X hanging out, doing what they can here from a bit of a high ground spot. Just gonna go ahead and pressure these teams around. Not too much going on, which kind of is anticipated here at this point in the zero build game. But I will say this, looking at the loadout, you saw the flapjack rifle. You already know I'm rooting for this team now, or that team.
You really are a fan of it, huh?
I am. Listen, the flapjack rifle, it is reminiscent of the old drum gun, right? Like that's the best
don't say that.
way-
You're going to scare me.
That's the best way to describe it. It really is. Like,
No, you're right. You're
think
right.
about it, like point to point. Like I should bring up the stats just to compare drum gun to the flapjack rifle, because the one thing the flapjack rifle, in my opinion, has over the drum gun even is that it has better range and better bloom. Like it it has a very, very tight spread when you're shooting it. So it is way more accurate. It's very similar. Obviously, it's not more accurate than the MK Alpha, let me be clear. But it is still a viable option for a long-range weapon. Definitely more than any of the other assault rifles in the game. So we'll definitely see how this continues to play out. But, of course, M Sherry hitting the old flare gun action here. But okay, so we've talked enough about the flapjack. Let's talk about some more utility in the game that we really haven't covered too much. Obviously, we talk about bunkers. We have talked about, obviously, the heals in the game. One thing we really haven't talked about is the flare gun enough. What do you think? What are your thoughts on the flare gun in its current state? And do you think it is a kind of requirement for these players in their inventory?
I'll be honest with you, it's really not worth picking up and carrying for the entire game just because of the spawn rate. The spawn rate is so high, you can find them everywhere, or you might even get the augment for it. So you'll be able to pick them up at some point or another, and once you do grab it, go ahead and use those charges in it. Go ahead and get an idea of what your surrounding area and the landscape's going to look like, and then go about your rotate. Especially if you can get your hands on one during the end game, it can cause some real chaos. So I would say long run, not really worth carrying, but as I said, right, the spawn rate through the roof, so you can find them.
I agree. I definitely agree. It's definitely going to be something that is not literally prioritized, but it's going to be more situational for sure, as Mansoor and Adapt are just having a tough day, man. You know, again, high expectations off the rip there for this duo. I even spoke to some people on socials, and they were hyping them up, saying, like, this is the team you got to watch. And, of course, speaking of another team, we had Rapid as well and his duo. But both absent here from the top 6, as players like Satam and Smicky have just been so consistent. And that's what makes this format tough to compete in, is 5 points per elimination is massive, right?
Yeah.
And there are a ton of teams that are consistent. Even when we talked about Fahad and Hero, when they lost the top spot, they were consistent. They had won 2 games, but when they weren't in the top spot, it was because of eliminations. And so these teams are starting to pick up on that and realize how valuable they truly are, and they're going to go for it. As there it is, M Sherry going to focus on Fahad here from the Falcon team just to keep him alive. Does Shockwave away, might actually be able to slip into the distance, and sure enough does, as now M Sherry forced to just continue to loot on.
This is where you can start to look as well. I mean, the jungle, it's so easy to avoid players. I mean, if you're getting fought and you're able to get away from the initial fight, it's so easy to slip away into the darkness, whether it be a bush, a rift, a temple, something, right? You can jump on top of a tree just like Phoenix there. I mean, there's so many different ways to maneuver yourself within this new biome. It really is a skill set. The players that have been landing here for majority of the season are the ones that can find those secret little sneaky spots.
You're right. The sneaky spots are definitely the ones that come from more experienced players that have been playing for that and getting a better understanding, especially in the new spots. But Kakarot and Murstache, this is their final run. I'm not sure where they finished on the leaderboard leading into this, because they were outside of, I believe, the top 20. So
it's rough.
They would need, I mean, let's just spitball, 20-plus eliminations.
Yeah, realistically, yeah.
And they would need the win. And I think they realize that, and you see how active they are in the Storm. So that doesn't surprise me to see this turned on Murstache, because, again, if anybody can have a massive elimination comeback, it's that guy.
Yeah, he's no stranger to this level of competition, right? He knows, and you can see it there. They were already positioning themselves. They're keying dead side. They're moving towards edge zone and looking to find these fights on players that are more unsuspecting, maybe the ones hiding in zone, trying to play time a little bit more. He knows exactly what he needs to do. The only problem is these lobbies are kind of hard to figure out. You have a lot of players who play a little bit differently, especially since it's zero build, whether they're playing center zone or edge zone. I mean, you can see it, right? They're so scattered around the side here. A lot of them staying close to these named POIs, but at the same time, there's plenty of players playing center zone.
That's true. There is quite a few. And honestly, the teams that are going further to the south are going to be the most beneficial in a situation like this, as the zone will continue to pull. Typically, in just from experience, we've seen that the zones that pull further and further over the water are more likely to continue to pull in that direction. So obviously, if you see a zone that pulls heavy north of Breakwater Bay, same thing would happen. That zone would continue to go north. And so that's what we're seeing from these zones here as they continue to pull south is, as soon as you see the zone present itself and it's fully over the water, you know you need to start moving. You cannot spend time there on the north side, and that's how you're going to have to rotate. But Draftel, Dexy Fight, two players that we've seen a few times, but haven't been able to see everything from them. Unfortunate situation there as the combat cache. I don't know if you all caught that. It was legendary variant there for a moment, but almost as soon as they activated it, it shifted to the epic rarity, which means they're only going to get epic rare weapons out of it. So a little loss, but not too much for sure.
Still going to be able to get the legendary slurp juice, of course, which for the most part, most of these players are really what they're looking for.
Priority.
I mean, when you look at it, right, of course the rarity upgrades are great, but if you got your hands on an MK and a Havoc, it's going to get the job done. You just need to make sure you have those healing items and utility, and they'll go ahead and be able to find that there as the team drops off the top of Rumble Ruins down below, looking for a rift, maybe some extra vault loot. I mean, there's so many different options you can do in these new POIs as well. There's places to go, loot that's stashed around, whether it be down in the caves or other scattered vaults, because they have vaults that not only the ones we're used to seeing, but we have vaults that are a little bit more puzzle based as well. So it's adding that interesting new dynamic we've never seen before.
Yeah, definitely right. The fight for Brutal Bastion, it does look like has concluded, and of course, Satam and Smicky still find themselves supreme, the champions of Brutal Bastion. Unsurprising, to be honest. They've continued to showcase that whether they're contested or not, they can still be a top 5 team, and so they just need a consistent game here as they are leagues above 6th, 5th, and 4th. But you know as well as I do, one game can change it all, depending on how these teams finishes. We talk about, of course, first place right now,
still
Fahad and Hero, still holding it down as of now. But again, anything can change here. Big game coming out for a lot of these players. Remember, 60 points for a win. Let's just say hypothetical. Bloomy, 60 points wins this as both Hero and Fahad go down early. You can obviously see him with a win overtake Hero and Fahad and even potentially push them out of the top 5. That's how close these final moments are here, folks. And it is not typical from what we've seen in the past, especially when you had the likes of Malibu Katamas HD in some of these qualifying finals, as they were just running away with it at times. So this is definitely going to be a picture-perfect finish as we watch to see who's going to claim the 5 spots.
You'll see a lot of the players who seem to get and understand the meta. Not only will they dominate in placement, but they'll be in first place the whole time and still get 10 elimination games and continue to build on that lead, which we're not seeing. So if that's any indicator of what we're in for over the next 3 days, I have to say I cannot wait. But we have to get through this game first. We have to go ahead and crown those last 5 spots to guarantee $10,000 at least just for making it there, but could even compete for $2 million in their fair share of that first place $500,000 spot.
I mean, honestly, that's what it's all about, right? First place in the next 3 days walks away with $500,000, their share of $2 million. So we'll see how it plays out for them. But no, of course, we have to check out this fight. This is a replay of what has happened, and Mansoor clutching up there for his teammate is huge. But I know you noticed it as well as I do. Another one of those prismatic shots. And oh my gosh, speaking of shots, What did I just watch? That explosive repeater rifle is nuts. Was that 171?
Yeah, 171 damage from that far with the explosive repeater. That's a headshot. That's direct content. That's whatever you could look for. Plus, maybe even the augment. I'm not sure exactly what the values are. Could be the heavy headshot augment that gives you that little bit of extra damage with it. But still, that's just to show the power, right? We see a lot of players opting to carry the Cybertron cannon, but this new explosive repeater rifle is a very interesting X factor it adds to the competition.
I'm going to be honest with you. I genuinely believe the reason that people are still favoring the cannon over the repeater is that there hasn't been enough time to truly practice with it in zero builds. And I think a lot of players have had fun with it, right? It's very reminiscent of like the double pump if you rock the Havoc pump shotgun and that. It feels like you are back in the Chapter 1 days where you could rock 2 pump shotguns and just keep playing around. But players haven't really been playing it at range, and that was a perfect example of why it's so valuable to have in the inventory in multiple facets, because it does considerable structure damage as well.
No, I mean, absolutely. You just have to make sure you have enough heavy ammo, right? It's a little bit more of a rarer round, but if you're able to find some of those larger ammo boxes, it could really start to switch things up. But now we see it POI rifting, some big battles, some big contestation as Salva just makes their way up the zip line, immediately sent back down, losing the teammate to the third party as well. NM7, the one to do so, rocking that mythic MK, does so much damage, that increased fire rate. Not to mention, they have the utility to go along with it. The bunkers, the shockwaves, everything you could need to try and make a stand here at the island.
I mean, look, fights are going on left, right, and center here around the map, and of course, we got to talk about it. Kakarot and Murstache going to need a big game, and it looks like they're going to do that. It does look like that's 4 eliminations here in 4 zones. So phenomenal start for them, but they're going to have to keep it moving. They cannot slow down yet, as it looks like Malik is going to push his way back into Storm, and I do see, I believe, 1 arrow pushing potentially into the Storm. Could be a problem there for Malik, but we'll tune back in later and see as Adapter and Mansour have claimed the house on top of the floating island here. And it does look like potentially some players underneath, so they're going to need to be careful as they go for the capture point, because all it takes, like we talked about before, is a team rifting up collectively and landing on them, being the aggressors in a fight, and they could ultimately lose the island. So we're going to pay close attention to that fight too, as still tons of players yet to rotate into the zone.
Yeah, and we've seen it, right? Most of these zero build players, when they get into these games and they look at the POI, this rifting POI, the floating island, right? They see it as an opportunity to try and get their hands on extra heals, maybe some weapon upgrades, that mythic drum gun. So they pre-pop the slurps. They know they guarantee some up there if they're able to capture the point as is. And that's a scary thought, because the players that are sitting up there thinking, oh, we're safe, we have high elevation, we can look down. Next thing they know, 2 players rifting onto one of them who's sitting on top of the roof of the house with slurps popped. It's a lethal combo, to say the least.
It is, and we're going to watch as these games continue on, though, as Satam has gone down, and that's going to be Smicky left as a solo there to hold it down for the team, and we'll have to wait and see if that works out for them. And that's just a tough spot to find themselves in, especially at this point. Remember, they're in the top 5 contention now, but they have to survive. If he goes down here, that will be the first time throughout the entire competition where they don't end in the top 5, because that top 6, I should say, really is that close.
Yeah, you have to make everything count now as we're into that half point. Half the lobby has already been eliminated, so we're down to those final moments, and we will see another team fall. 20 remain at this point. We can still see the leaderboard here. Hero, Fahad still at the top of it, but Dexify, Draft, still having to make their way in. 3 eliminations and a long way to go.
Draftel is definitely one of those players we've watched closely throughout the years, and Dexify not as consistent, of course, but great to see them pairing up in these final moments, as this has been a big day for a lot of Middle East players, and honestly, a big showcase. That's what I love Gamers8 for, is like, this is the biggest third-party event Fortnite gets all year long. And so the ability to showcase these incredibly talented players in this way is always super nice. So we'll see how this showcase finalizes, as Game 6 is about halfway done, a little bit more than halfway done. And these teams fighting for the final spots. Of course, Kakarot, Murstache, still only 4 eliminations. You know as well as I do, Ben, they need a big one here.
Yeah, they need to make a run, make up that lost ground, push themselves up the leaderboard. Whichever way you want to put it, they need to do more. And we'll have to wait and see how they make that happen, because this lobby is starting to dwindle and the action is starting to kick off. We can see it here. Abu Fall closing the distance onto Kai. They find that initial knock, but the third party starts to get involved and punish them. But you can see AZ2M now gets the confirm and does the damage on the third partying team, but will lose the teammate in the process.
This is a tough loss here for both teams. It does look like losing a teammate here in this situation, but Abu Fall going down yet again. Remember, the first fight we tuned in with on the day was Abu Fall going down there with his teammate, but no, shots are coming through, walls are breaking. It's Cal Gamer and Nema who are just continue to pressure on here, and they're going to get that full elimination onto Abu Fall, leaving his teammate now as a solo.
Nema, Cal Gamer, just looking. They only have 2 eliminations at this point, but probably one of the best spots in the zone, to be honest. They're elevated very nicely. And we look at it, right? You talked about how these zones that start to try and edge towards the water just a little bit tend to pull that way even more. I mean, this zone is looking a little bit scary, almost 50-50 in the water on the land, so there really isn't a lot of real estate to go around.
No, there is not. This one's going to be a tough one, a tough finish, especially depending on how the zones continue to pool as the half and half zone appears. Remember, in the later zones, they become a little bit different. They pool into different directions. They split into the storm as you pool. So we're going to pay close attention to those final zones as Bloomy's still in this one. And again, still in contention for a top 5 spot. So you know him and Lardle are going to be fighting for it as Artor finds himself down below. That's another team that was in top 5 before, not anymore. So they need a big, big game to finish out.
And they can't afford to make mistakes here, because this is where a lot of the teams are going to get majority of their eliminations, so you can fall or rise on the leaderboard very quickly. As you can start to see, Artor finding some eliminations in the feed there in the top left, but Bloomer and Lardle now dealing the damage they need to. They stayed on top of the hill to hold high ground so they could do just this. They look for a knock, they find the elimination, and then they push in so they can try and grab the loot or not even have to invest to use their own utility. They choose to this time around, and now they're starting to be punished though. The Cybertron cannon by the other duo starting to break things down for him.
And it is Mansoor and Adapter here pressuring Bloomy and his teammate. That's going to be a big shot onto Lardle. He's going to need to get back under cover as now just taking too much damage. Lardle's going to go down. Bloomy's left as a solo. Can he do something here as Mansoor just hunts for him? And no, Bloomy is out. That's our 4th place team going into this game completely out of this one early.
And it's so close now. He just has to hope and pray he can hold on and not drop too many spots. He'll be watching that leaderboard closely, but not as closely as us in the audience, as we're now top 10 in this game. We have to keep moving. Artor and Meow in a good spot. Artor's a solo though, just down below the bunker, having to play this angle properly, but it's gonna go down to the right-hand peak. You just don't win those, Panda.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a tough finish there for him, as you know he needed a big finish here to end the day, but it's still going to be very, very close as the leaderboard continues on. And now, though, it does look like Mansoor and Adapter are going to be one of the few duos left in this. You see 6 teams remain, and it's 9 total players, meaning that there's not a ton of full duos in this one to finish it off. But Nema and Cal Gamer, they said, you know what? We're not content with top 5. We want top 1, and they are now in contention to take away the top spot here from these other teams.
And you have to look now. Hero and Fahad, 258 points, so it's really close here. So Cal and Emma, they're looking. One of the only duos remaining in a great, powerful spot here to try and close out the game. Zone will pull away. They only have a short rotate ahead of them, but Hero and Fahad still able to make a run to hold down their spot.
Look at this, 9 eliminations here on top of what could be a victory royale is huge. We tuned in with Hero and Fahad just moments ago, and they're another solid duo, obviously, in the top spot as of now. They could potentially lose it because they're not getting enough eliminations in comparison. So we'll see how this finishes out. It's going to be a tight race here to the finish between the two. And there it is. You see Trickshot there in the distance, of course, with his teammate. It actually potentially not. It looks like Trickshot might be a solo.
It's a 2v2, 1v1, so a lot of these players need to try and play out for those last couple of placement points, maybe snag an elimination off one of these duos when they're not paying attention. But Hero and Fahad playing this well over the top of the bunker, just looking to try and get some pop shots in, deal a little bit of damage on the players before they rotate through. But Draftel, 17 HP, no overshield, playing this little over-under with this player on the edge of zone, and they're going to go down, but he runs in for the finish. There's not going to be any sort of siphon, so who will fall? So Cal Gamer's a solo. Another one in the distance, that'll be Trick Shots. And now a 2v1v1 to end the game 6 and the qualifiers, Panda.
Wow, and it looks like CalGamer actually had that one stolen from him. So it's the 1v2. It is 2 top 5 teams trying to finish this out. Cal's not having any success here as he goes down, and Fahad and Hero finish winning their 3rd game of the day.
And that'll be half the games going their way. That's a pretty solid win ratio. 50% of the games, Fahad and Hero coming out strong to lock down that first place spot. I mean, Panda, they gotta secure it.
I mean, look, it's safe to say they're walking away, going into the Gamers8 finals event. You look, these players realizing, looking at the leaderboard as it's finalizing, you know what? We made it, right? But we don't know quite yet. It's going to be tight there in the finish because, again, so many players were just points off of one another right there in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, you could see first and second, I'm sure, celebrating, right? But the rest of them, that 3rd, 4th, 5th, they're going to be sitting there eerily quiet, staring at this leaderboard, hitting refresh, trying to see where things will pan out, as we'll wait to find out ourselves. I mean, we really don't know either. We'll be waiting for that final information. I mean, we can assume Hero and Fahad really are the only ones here that are going to be 100% safe.
They are. I mean, look, 3 wins. They had a decent amount of eliminations, not a ton, but a decent in the final game.
Yeah.
They secure it.
Earned it.
They're going on. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. But the other 4 spots,
yeah,
I don't know. It's going to be close.
It's been so close.
As we prepare to find out who is actually going on to the Gamers8 event. Honestly, it has been a blast casting alongside you, Ben K. Always a pleasure, of course, now getting to do it on the big stage. And here it is. Just some incredible highlight moments here to finish off the day. Did you expect Adaptor and Mansoor to have such a solid final game?
I'll be honest with you, I've seen bright showings from them in the competition throughout. Granted, a couple mistakes here or there, but that's to be expected. This is zero build. There's just so much more of an aspect of unpredictability when it comes to zero build. Standard BR, you can play very in control. You just burn your mats, you sit inside your tarp, do whatever you got to do. But when it comes to zero build, you're a victim to the rest of the lobby, basically. If they've got a shockwave and they want to send you out in the open, there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to be ready to adapt on the fly.
It was great to see, obviously, Fahad and Hero playing in that final moment, winning one last time there on the day. And it was cool to see. I didn't realize Fahad was a controller player. Did you see that?
That's actually wild. That's really impressive.
And Hero, of course, keyboard and mouse player as well. Good combo there for that team. Obviously, very, very consistent. And you know what's interesting? Let's take a look here on the map. Of course, Hero, Fahad landing in the Kajitsu crossing area. For me, right, thinking about the next 3 days, because they're the only solid team the team that has solidified a top spot in my eyes right now. They are going to be contesting the area of Queasy Veno, Booga Threats, and more heavy hitter names. So it's going to be a tough finish there for them, but I cannot wait to see the final leaderboard and, of course, the final calls here for the Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. As you already see, it does look like Fancy is getting ready and rearing to go for what could be one potential interview there. You see Fancy there off into the distance, getting some players here to finish off, and there it is. They are ready to go as they are prepping for one final interview on the day. Ben, look at Barney. He's so snazzy.
Yeah, he's a great guy, right? Super awesome to work with, but
Welcome
of
back
course,
to the main stage.
I do believe he's got something to say for us.
Nama, your victors in this Middle Eastern qualifier. Congratulations. You know what? You've dominated this competition today, not simply, well, not by victory royales, but just by being extremely consistent the entire time. You must be feeling very confident going into tomorrow.
We're very confident. And we have a plan, okay, for the finals, and we know how to play, and we're playing to be consistent and not for the wins.
زي ما شفنا أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور نماح وكال قدروا أنهم يجيبون المركز الأول بطريقة جدا جدا عظيمة 329 نقطة معاهم. سألنا السؤال الأول شعوركم تواجدكم في البطولة مع أنكم فزتوا ما هو عن طريق الباتل رويال، لا كان بسبب أنكم كنتم دائما كونسيستنت في كل مبارياتكم. الجواب بكل بساطة كان حنا جدا واثقين من أنفسنا، حنا قادرين أن نجيب الثقة هذه معنا غدا إن شاء الله.
Well, speaking of tomorrow, you've already mentioned, tomorrow's matches, everything's going to change. Yes. The strategies, are they going to change because the point system, that's surely going to change?
I mean, of course it's going to change because we're going to go against different players and that land at different spots, that have different strategies and plans than these players that we went against today. And we just hope that we can prepare enough for the finals tomorrow.
سألنا اللاعب أيضا أنه إيش شعوره كان بعد ما قدر أنه يخلص المباريات هذه حقته بنتيجة كانت جدا قوية. هل بيقدر أنه يجيب نفس الاستراتيجية حقته إلى مباريات غدا ولا لا؟ لكن كان جوابه أنه لا، طبعا اللاعبين يختلفون وأقوى اللاعبين في العالم، أكيد أن الاستراتيجية راح تختلف، أكيد أن البلانز حقتها راح تختلف، وراح نجيب لكم إن شاء الله شيء مختلف عن اللي راح نشوف إن شاء الله. لكن الآن أنا عندي سؤال لنمح أيضا، ودي أسألكم أنه من الأساس أصلا ما كنتم متواجدين في التوب 5 في البطولة، لكن فجأة كذا قدرتوا أنكم تكتسحون الساحة كلها. هل كان هذه خطتكم من البداية أنكم ترجعون من الرانكات المتدنية شوي إلى أنكم توصلون للرانك الأول؟
الحمد لله. أول شيء خطتنا أول أن نكون المركز الأول من بداية البطولة، بس كانت في أخطاء في البداية والحمد لله عوضنا نهاية البطولة الحمد لله.
سألنا نمح, we asked نمح about is this their original plan is to just be consistent throughout the whole tournament and focus on eliminations rather than
and Nama. Fancy, come with me, because we found our top 5 qualifiers and it's an extremely exciting situation. But you know what? We just want to say over here on the main stage, congratulations to everyone who took part. Thank you so much to all the talent that took part in all of the streams that are going out to all of you at home. You guys have worked incredibly hard and we couldn't be prouder of all of you. And also to production for creating this phenomenal stage you see before you. It's absolutely amazing. I can surely speak for myself. And finally, thank you so much to all of you at home for watching and for supporting all of your favorite duos as this tournament progresses. Speaking of that, tomorrow begins the Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite Zero Build Tournament. $2 million is going to be on the line, and we're going to kick things off at 6 p.m. CEST. My name is Banks, this is Fancy, and we'll see you tomorrow.
يعطيكم ألف عافية أعزائي المشاهدين وأعزائي الحضور أيضا على تواجدكم معنا في هذا البث المباشر. عرفنا مين الخمسة دوز اللي بيتواجدون معنا إن شاء الله في الحدث الأساسي غدا بإذن الله Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. راح نشهد فيها أفضل اللاعبين من أنحاء العالم متواجدين معنا في هذا المسرح، نشوف من اللي منهم بيقدر يكون البطل في هذه السنة. بالتوفيق لهم كلهم. لكن هنا وصلنا لنهاية البث المباشر، وغدا راح نكون متواجدين معكم في تمام الساعة 7 مساء بتوقيت السعودية. شكرا لكل الناس اللي اشتغلوا على هذا الايفنت العظيم، شكرا لكل التالنت اللي كانوا متواجدين معنا طول اليوم، وايضا شكرا لكم انتم اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور ايضا على وجودكم معنا في هذا الحدث. ونشوفكم غدا ان شاء الله في تمام الساعة 7 مساء. مع السلامة.
Thank you, Banks and Fancy on the main stage, and just like grease lightning, that's the Middle East qualifiers done. Sorry, I'm getting major T-Bird vibes today from Big Kev here, and I'm loving every single second of this. Can you believe that? I mean, fantastic hearing from our leaderboard toppers today. You know, and big shout out to Ben and Panda for casting that fantastic last game. But 3 victory royales out of 6 games for Fahad and Hero. That is absolutely exceptional in this kind of format, and what a big day it is going to be ahead for tomorrow for them as well.
Look, 50% win rate in the qualifiers. That's not bad at all, Adam, but it's about prepping now and seeing what they can do in the main tournament, right? It's the one of a kind, or I mean, first time seeing a format like what we're going to be seeing starting tomorrow. 3 days of competition, 18 matches combining. It's going to be insane.
And something that I really need to give them credit for is typically when we see a team get back-to-back VRs, especially at the start of the competition, they tend to have like their momentum slow down a little bit. But they capped both the beginning and the end with Victory Royale, showcasing that they can handle the endurance, they can handle the stretch of the games. Now, obviously, it's going to be a bit different with it being 3 days long instead of just 6 games, but I think this team really has an opportunity here to be on the top of the leaderboard against some of the best in the world.
Look, the issue is, though, they've got to figure out what they want to do with their drop spot. We've talked about it a lot, but, I mean, it's going to be crucial, especially being 18 matches, because 18 matches is all about consistency, right? You want to be able to get as many points as possible, even if it's not, you know, a victory royale 50% of the time like they did in the qualifiers, at least get a decent amount. And if you're contested in a drop spot that's kind of 50-50 like Kenjutsu Crossing, it's going to be difficult to do that.
Well, Cal is actually going to be landing in Rumble Ruin, and that's going to be going up against the other Middle Eastern team of Gentle and his duo there. And I think a big success to their Victory Royale in game number 6 was having that mythic MK Alpha, which you get from the NPC there. And I think that that's going to be a lot of contention that we're going to be seeing in Rumble Ruins against the other duo.
Certainly. I mean, that's one of the great things about this as well. You can imagine that the players now want to take on that invite to go up against the best of the best, the winners from different regions around the world. And I think they'll probably be embracing the fact tomorrow they can go up against the likes of Queasy and Veno in certain situations. Like,
at the same time, you never really know know what the change-ups are going to be, especially now with these 5 duos going onto the bat.
Yeah, and then Saddam and Smicky already had to deal with contention in the games today, so I think dealing with it tomorrow, albeit it is going to be an incredible team of Blake and Cease, I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for them.
Yeah. Shall we see some highlights of our last game as well? I want to see some highlights. I love these as well. This kind of brings you guys up to speed of exactly what's happened. I think over the course of our Middle Eastern qualifiers today, we started with that absolutely unreal opening to the show here, where we were just blown away. Our players getting ready here, and they dove right in and did not disappoint, Big Kev.
Not at all. I mean, the shots I was seeing, the beams from the MK, the double Cybertron cannons, I mean, there was a lot of synergy I saw today, and I hope to see that carry on into tomorrow's tournament.
I love it. I love the hype. I love the calm. Like, just such a variety of emotions going on through the competition here today. But when it comes down to it, it is all about doing your best, and that's what these teams did.
They really did. They delivered their all here for us. And I think that's what we were really happy to see, is that there were so many different strats that you used. We saw Storms mainly shift south, then the north, then they go left, right, up and down. It was fantastic to kind of see them have to adapt. And we saw some of our victors here, and how happy as well players. Let's not forget they are here. They want to be in that competition with the 18 games that start tomorrow, with the first 6 in the official tournament, where there's going to be $2 million of prize money here. I mean, this is absolutely like the creme de la creme. You don't get much better than this.
Look, not only is it a first-of-a-kind format, it's also the largest zero-build tournament in Fortnite history. $2 million prize pool, like you said, Adam. The 3-day format. I mean, I'm excited to see how these players adapt as the days goes on, because you have so much time to kind of prep and study after each day that a lot of things can change up.
I mean, with the invitational that we had for the FNCS, obviously that was standard battle royale, but that was, the best of the best around the world. I think that's what we're getting here for this zero build competition. Literally, we are having the reigning champs from the FNCS invitational, from the most recent EU championships. We're having teams from NA West and NA East, now NA Central, combining together, new duos, old duos joining. It is absolutely incredible, just the plethora of powerhouses that we have that's going to be competing over the next 3 days.
Yeah, you're gassing me up, guys. You're gassing me up here. I think the fact as well that we actually got our overall standings was after 6 games. This is it. 1 point, the difference there. Wow. Look at this here. Kelly, this is a really magnificent amount of points here. The top 5 you can see right there, though.
And I love that it shows the dichotomy of success that you can see in a game like Fortnite. Because we always say, consistency is key, but then people are like, but pop-off games are key. Well, look, both of these players or both of these teams represent both sides of that. We have the incredible pop-off games of Cal and Enema with 37 eliminations, 14 more than any other team that we see on the leaderboard right here. And then, of course, Hero and Fahad, who grabbed 3 victory royales in just a 1-point difference. I love that there isn't just one way to have success in Fortnite. There is so many.
And it wasn't just the 1-point difference from first to second. 6th and 7th place, both with 250 points, is only 3 points off that qualifying spot at 5th place. That's 1 elimination is all they needed to push themselves into 5th place. Bloomy and his duo partner actually also went down early in the last match, but they were able to hold on.
Wow. Yeah, we were in the green room looking. We're like, no, Bloomy, no. But able to hold on right there. And you know what? I think we got to give some shout outs to Draftel and Dexify, who kind of flew under the radar, but grabbing 23 eliminations, tying for the second most amount of eliminations. I'm excited to see what they do tomorrow.
Look, they really did, but looking at the point formats, remember, this qualifier has a different point format to what we're going to see tomorrow.
Completely.
Today, it's 60 points for the Victory Royale and 5 points per elimination. Tomorrow, it's 200 points for the VR and 12 points per elimination, meaning it is a bit more VR heavy as to get the equivalent in elims. As a Victory Royale, you have to get 16 to 17 eliminations, whereas today it was just 12 eliminations for VR.
And I do want to give a shout out to Murstache and Kakarot, who were a bit worse for wear throughout the first 5 games, but jumping up to the 21st spot, grabbing 18 eliminations, which is an incredible feat in itself, and holding out pretty strong. I hope that a lot of these players that didn't make it into the top 5 are at least able to enjoy the incredible 3-day competition, and also the beauty that is Riyadh, the incredible experience that it is having hundreds of players family members and friends joining together for something incredible such as Gamers8.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know what? It's amazing. This journey began, beginning of the year here. We had dream hacks. We had players qualifying for this competition here. We obviously had today the Middle Eastern qualifiers as well. Now we actually have all of our teams confirmed for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, which kicks off tomorrow, the very first 6 games of 18 across 3 days here, where, as we've talked about plenty, points 125% on day 2, 150% on day 3. They accelerate towards the finish line, which is fantastic. And we have here as well, we have our amazing schedule here kicking off tomorrow, 7 p.m. our first game here, Takata.
I couldn't be more excited. The largest zero build event in Fortnite history. The 6 matches we saw today duplicate that by 3. Reigning champs, like you said, Kelly, especially, Pink and Anas coming from the zero build champs of Gamers8 last year. FNCN's champions from multiple regions. I mean, tomorrow it all begins, and it's going to be a once-of-a-lifetime experience.
I'm so excited to watch it. I'm so excited to see not just how the tournament evolves from what we saw from the Middle East qualifiers as well, but through each game, through each day, these players are going to be paying attention to each other, VOD reviewing when they get home. And we were talking about a lot of players playing ping pong, and no longer. These players better be like bunkering down and watching these VODs because they don't want to miss the opportunity for the $500,000.
Well, we were downstairs today, and there's a player lounge in the hotel, in the complex we're all staying. And in the last few days, you mentioned there was different games going on, air hockeys, there's ping pong, there's all sorts, gaming, whatever it might be. Today, no one there. No one there. Everyone is practicing. Everyone is getting ready. Just before closing out here, let's talk about our players who've been watching this as well. Those who already been qualified, courtesy of the dream hacks and such. They've been watching this as well. What do you think they would have taken away from today, watching this all unfold in front of them?
Look, I mean, it's a crazy experience seeing also the difference between zero build tournaments and the standard battle royale mode at this level. Remember, these are the best of their perspective or their region, right? And now all the strategies we've been seeing with the new items, with the new adaptation. But what I want to see the most is how these players are going to change up their play style, being a first-time format of those 18 matches, 3 consecutive days. I mean, like Kelly was saying, you have so much time to do that preparation, to see what duos around you are doing on the rotations. How can you counter that the next day? How can you even counter that in the next matches? And it kind of opens up this opportunity that we have not seen in previous tournaments.
I mean, well said. I can't add anything to that.
Apart from... absolutely right. Absolutely right. We have got it all coming your way here. Tomorrow it kicks off. We have Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Those 18 games starting tomorrow with the first 6. All of our qualifiers going head-to-head, toe-to-toe, trying to get their way to the top spot where there is a $500,000 prize in first place across our $2 million prize pool. Big shout out to all of production, all of the talent as well, all the casters, everybody, all the players taking part as well, and well played to every one of them, qualified or otherwise. It's been fantastic having our Middle East qualifiers today. It's all coming your way tomorrow. Make sure not to miss Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. We have got so much in store for you. Thanks for watching, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
I'm very excited to play the tournament. Being here, it feels amazing actually.
This is the biggest esports event in the world.
Macwood gone down to the zone, getting close and comfortable. Night now,